Hi, hi. Honestly, genuinely, this music is so freaking loud. But hello, hi. Oh, this is all tangled. Oh, I need to untangle this. Hello, hi, welcome. I'm so fucking excited, bro. I'm so fucking excited. I think I'm gonna switch my headphones today so I can have my overheads on. I'm so fucking excited. Oh my god. Anyways, our lovely water today is Goomber. I didn't take my vitamins. I should do that. Bring them over here. My freaking vitamins. This is the Resident Evil 4 safer music. And by that, merchant music. Because we love the merchant. Hello, hi. I just have my hair pushed back, which means I have to take that down later. My vitamins are at the bottom of this. I can't get them, but hi, Goober, hi, Doc. Also, hi, Kai. I hope you go pick up Quiet soon. I'm so fucking excited. I saw it download last night, and I was like, don't open it, though. So fucking excited. I literally had my water filled up. I filled up my GG subs cup. I didn't mix a drink in it yet, but I have the cup filled with water. I have my coffee. I had a full breakfast. And now we're here. So fucking excited. Let me move this around. That around. I need lotion. My hands are so fucking dry, bro. I'm so fucking excited. If I haven't said it already. I'm so excited to play it, dude. I'm so fucking excited. I don't know which headphones to put on. I should put on my cat ears. See, you can see Leon. Also, good luck on meeting. B has a meeting in 30, so she can't be here. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. I'm so fucking excited. It's not a big download too, so I'm very happy about that. My hair's fine either way, except it's a little wonky now because I had put the headband in. Oh, I made it why do I got a line there? Why does it just part like that? That's just rude. I'm so excited, you guys. I hope everybody's well today. This is weird being live on a Friday. It's been a while since I've streamed on a Friday. I didn't put those things away. It's been a hot minute. You take a break. I told you to break a leg. For me, okay. Where's my Discord? Doc says to break a leg. That's all. Oh, that was in all caps, I'll have you know. That's exactly what I told B. I'm so fucking excited. I'm so fucking excited. I'm so fucking excited. Yeah, Moss is also live right now. If Moss is, I don't know how long Moss will stream today. Oh, so proud of him. I don't like to stay up after 9 p.m. I end up very sleepy the next day. That's how I feel. Except I have to train myself to be up late because I have work late tomorrow. Oh, I should respond to Shaylin. Oh, I need to respond to you. I was just about to say I need to respond to you. Yes. Yes. I should move him. But I have my Leon here. I knocked something over. I have my other Leon posted up back there because he was getting in the way of things here. This is like the best Resident Evil merch I've ever found. Uniqlo apparently had a really good collab back in the day. Very upset I didn't know about that, but because I genuinely didn't even shop at Uniqlo at that time. Anyways, it was like, oh, I texted her, and then she liked all of my Instagram messages. Yes, truth be told, I saw the text after I went on Instagram. I saw the text after the Instagram post. So to me, I went on Instagram and then you texted me. That's what happened on my end. That is literally what I typed at the end. Sorry, I'm so fucking excited. I'm so fucking excited. Let's do this one. What's this one sound like? Ugh, sounds like the Colonel. That's what it sounds like. Make food because I gotta leave big. No worries. Report back to what food you make, Kai. I just want to know. Just normal standard procedures. Oh my god, it's so loud. Oh, here's Village. This is Village safe room music. It's really loud in my ears. I won't lie. She's excited for it? Oh, I don't know, Goomber. Nothing in particular. As I wear an umbrella shirt and drink from my Raccoon City mug. Oh my god, wait, I can make it better. Hold on. Instead of, because I just got this brooch recently, and I'm like, it's a brooch. Instead of a brooch, hold on. I'm stuck. I just gotta take those out. I got like tethered back. Ability. Oh, do I not? Oh, I can put on. Okay, so I have options. I have the stars badge and oh my god, this is so dusty because it's just be sitting up there and I don't have like it in a case. I have RPD badge. I have stars badge. I have umbrella of multiple sorts. Like I actually work an umbrella, which is very appropriate for this outfit. I have both Claire and Chris's jacket, like their leather jacket print. Those are what's on the back. I also have a Requiem pin. I should put the Requiem one on. I think that'd be very cute. Or it got stuck. Cat brought it down. You just saw everything fall. Or I have these two. They're just in my Kazuha bag. Why is this thing so heavy? I think it's because of this. You stacked? I can put one on. I hit that down. Everything's falling. My cat knocked over everything. Down there. But I have everything. I'm like, I should put one on. Do you believe you'd make it into stars? If not, RPG. Okay, so stand with me. Hold on. I'm standing, so we're gonna stand now. I don't even think I'd make it into the RPG. I just hit my ear. I was putting this in, and of course, I missed and hit directly where my scratches. That genuinely hurt. I feel like back in the day when I was still actively in sports, I think I could maybe make it into stars. Possibly. Nowadays, I would say no. Oof, yeah, that was a genuine little tear pain scream. But I have all this is Kazuha from Genshin, I'll have you know. I love this bag. The only bad thing is that I don't use the bag a lot, so the little straps are very stiff still. But also, this giant fucking little guy is so fucking heavy. I'm gonna take him off. He like he's the reason the whole bag fell down. But not the whole bag, the whole cup. He got caught and everything. He's just a little guy. I love my little. It's a cat. It's a cat with a hot dog. Cat with a hot dog on it. I love this little shit. Except he's fucking massive. Wee wee wee. Hope that helps. Thank you. The wee 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 always helps. But yeah, I have my stars and my RPD. I feel like I should put the RPD on. And I'm gonna put that badge on. This thing's really cool. It's meant to be an Ida bag. So let me just dismantle this. I'm also just gonna take out the other one. I wanted to make this a Resident Evil bag. Truth be told, doesn't make sense at all because it's a Kazuha bag. Kibi. Kibi. I'm gonna put these back on it, their respective thing. But it is really cute. Has a little pattern, and that's where you put like the little pins or whatever in, and then it velcros back in. This I got this from the artist alley. This girl goated as hell.
Really cute fucking bag. Love it.
She's excited for Resident Evil Requiem. I'm excited for Resident Evil. Oh, I can't reach that if I have headphones in. Yeah, Kazuha can sit like that. I don't know where to put him. Over there. I don't know where to put him. Okay. My shooting skills. Be able to make it on stars. Did I make it? I think, like, I want you to know I took those 2 pins off of their thing and I still kept it. That's how batshit crazy I am. Detective. I need that one. Do we want Raccoon Police? I feel like I could get into it, but not in the case of like how Jill and everything was. I was really good at chemistry and everything. So I feel like in the sense of how Rebecca got in, I could. So medically wise, I think I could make it in. Everything else of being skilled, like from the military and all that, like how Jill and Chris were, no. We'll put it this side. Let me not just genuinely stab myself with a pin. I don't even think I pinned it through the shirt. It's so shiny. Just do that. What if I just start pinning everything? Wait, RPD? Because Leon wasn't stars. True, true, true. I mean, that's fair. I think you can make it into RPD. Stars. Raccoon. Police. Dip. They can't write department on it. It's too long, but it just says dip. Department. I love, this is one of my favorite, like, pins in the collection is just the 2 jackets because I love Claire, the Redfield jackets. The Redfield leather jackets are so pretty. It is very upsetting that they technically lost them both in the Raccoon City incident. Mr. Redfield wasn't even there, but his jacket was. His jacket was at the incident, was at the scene of the crime. I'm gonna do rolls. I know Kai's lurking, waiting for food, but before you go, at least to go pick up Quiet, you'll be able to have it. I think you're doing turnip. Okay, turnips first. 197. I think you're still feeling sick today. A little bit low, but you're still good. Kai. No, you know what? That sounds about right. You have 15 because it's happening. But then 4 and 6 because you're still waiting and also you don't have food. So you're doing great. I really want. Should be lurking. It's okay. Leave in an hour exactly. Mine is bad, then lie to me. Okay, you got it. Who's next? Goomber. 15, 17, and 5. You're doing good. End of the day, so a little bit eepy, but you're still doing good. Usually, which is usually your role, Goomber. Usually, you're very just like eepy at the end of the day. But you be doing good. Okay. Raylan, my wife. Oh, you know, yeah, actually, you are doing fine. You got a nat 20, 10, and a 9. So you're actually good. You're actually good with the sauce. I'm so sorry, what about it? Gar? Gar, I know you haven't even opened up the fucking game. I don't even know if you own it. Why are you sorry? Why are you sorry? I'm so sorry. Anyways, next up is dog. Yeah, 19, 16, and a 12. Because you can go home and play Resident Evil Requiem after you're done. I watched my friend play this game a little. It's okay. Guess what? That means you gotta play it. Watch me play it. You're gonna watch me play it, yeah? You're gonna watch me play it, yeah? Yeah? Gar? Respond. I'm really hyperactive, okay? I'm really excited about this. I've been waiting since last night, and last night I got super depressed. And I wasn't depressed. I was just sitting there. I was like, I'm so tired. But we're gonna continue playing Marathon, and then I became a rage baiter last night. Let me catch up on everything else. Still feel like that? Yeah, you're still sick, so it's understandable. It's okay. My dice never lied to me. Because I haven't eaten yet today, and I have so many appointments with the doctor, and people give me benefits. That's fair. You got some like good things are happening, Kai. Requiem's out. You'll be able to watch out. You're picking up Quiet, but like, yeah, so be that way. I'll fucking take it. Fuck yeah, yeah. Also, Gar, I can't blame you for that. I was holding on to everything, trying not to see anything. So, I'm glad I didn't see anything. 6. I haven't eaten yet, gang. I'm tired. Yeah, you should be eating. Like, be getting like you already have food and eating. So, get some food. It's okay. You got this. You'll have Quiet soon. pretty much my days recently. I'm very tired but satisfied with my day, which is good. That is very good to be satisfied with your day even though you're exhausted. Because I worked about You can open it. You could open it though. What's your favorite Resident Evil? My favorite Resident Evil, I think. I feel like my top two choices are 4 and then Village. I really love Village. It just all around was such a fun game, and that story fucking tears me apart. But I love 4. But I also love 2. I love Leon's 2 games. You're gonna love it. Yeah. I don't think you understand, Gar. I don't think you understand. I've been fucking waiting for this. I avoided even playing the demo when I went to TwitchCon because people were like, no, you should really play it. It's really fun. I was like, no, I don't think you realize how in deep and how deep I am into this that I'm like, no. I want to know the bare minimum to go into this. I need everything to be fresh. Except I did then binge watch all the trailers because someone said Carlos. And I was like, what do you mean? So I had to find which trailer it was and to hear if that was Carlos. I still don't know if that was Carlos. I was talking to my brother about it. I was like, it doesn't really sound like him. It sounds like another like big brawly man. But I'm like, the fluctuation of those words doesn't sound exactly like that. When you see the setting, you'll know why I'm so hyped for the Also, I am genuinely actually really excited for Grace. I want to know about her lore. So like I was excited for her either way because I'm like, oh, I love another female role. And she's just like new, fresh into this. Like she's just some gal, kind of like how Ethan was. So I am actually really excited for her. But then also they dropped some of the lore for her in the trailer, like a little bit. And I'm like, oh, tucks hair behind ear, even though it's already tucked. I'm intrigued. You're telling me this now? You're telling me? Okay, I'm intrigued. Village Mind is DLC is top 3 with DLC. Top number 1. The story is so heartbreaking, but it's so pretty, especially with that final like this is the end of the father's story. I love Carlos. I do really hope Carlos is in. Actually, I want better sound. I do have options of headphones and things. Cat ears on. That sounds weird, but like cat ears. Ripped my heart out of my fucking chest. Yeah. Which I am glad it did. That sounds really fucking brutal, but I'm glad it did because I truly loved that story so much. And to see that other people also adore it and like saw how much that story was makes me so happy. Can't wait for it. Yeah, all the Pokemon stuff is today too. You're eating good today, Kai. 1, you will literally be eating soon. 2, you're getting Pokemon stuff. 3, Resident Evil Requiem. 4, you got Quiet coming. You got everything. God, I'm so fucking excited. No, it's supposed to be fair. I'd love to go in. Yeah. No, honestly, the Resident got evil in the village. No. Whoa. Also, sorry, Goomba, I didn't see that. But also, Goomba play all the Resident Evil games. Got complaints about Leon's gun in this game. Ooh, interesting. Okay. It was 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Like, Village with the DLC is so beautiful. Do you think? Whoa, we moved. Muggleborn wizards can conjure Patronus that are Pokemon. Oh my
Hi,
god,
hi, pretty
wait.
people.
Oh
How's
my god,
your
that would
day
be
going?
so funny.
Mine's
What my
good.
starters
Tired
examine
and
to you?
blade,
They're
but
actually
good
pretty cool. Fuck yeah.
peaceful.
Fuck
Once
yeah.
game starts,
Please
I
do.
must have volume a
I
little
want to,
low
so I'm
because
switching my
my
headphones right
family
now
doesn't
too.
want spoilers. Heh.
Oh, I didn't get to hear that. Hi, Haunted. Hello. Them all when I get a PC. Yes. Sorry, I like locked into thinking about like the Resident Evil stuff. God, I haven't worn these in a while. Oh, I need to take off my onks if I wear these. Oh, hold on. There we go. Now I have 2 ears. Now we can hear out of both of them. Um, the remakes are so good, Goober. And for the most part, besides I know 3,
which I'm not going to spoil any major things from 3, but like 3 itself for the remake, they cut a lot of stuff out. Because you go from section A, and then it was like in the original, it basically was like section B, C, and the D, but they kind of mumble jumbled after the first big section instead of having this. It's not a spoiler because it's not even in that game, but like they have a clock tower part of the map. They just kind of took that, kind of ripped it apart, put that, then took the info from that one and mushed it with the end. So it became really short, but it's still really pretty, and I love 3 so much. So I still really love it. But I'm scrambling to get a new PC as soon as I can because I don't know. I want for the next 2 years. Oh my god, yeah. With the price of RAM and everything. God. But also, I will say, with a lot of the Resident Evil games, at least with a lot of the remakes, if you have a Switch, they look really freaking good. I did see someone's screenshot of the Switch compared to the PC for this game, and I paused it. I paused it immediately because I was like, I don't want to see the contents. But I just paused it. And I was like, oh, okay, it doesn't look too bad. On first, third person, my brain can't cope with those. That's fair. I will say, if you ever do get a chance and you do want to try it, the first one is definitely worth it. Resident Evil 0 has a lot of finicky things that I still hate, and I don't know why they did that. Because instead of a like box you can go in to put your stuff, a safe box, they just didn't do that for that one. Don't know why. So that's my only peeve with that one. But 1 is definitely worth it if you ever do want to go back and see that. Get quiet. Take photo. Yes, I want to see your outfit. I want to see you slay. The Patronus and the herd of Pikachus would be so funny. Play 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, but only remake. That's fair. Original of 4 is still really good. You can get that on Steam as well if you ever wanted to play that. That one's still really fun. I could recommend that one completely. What if a console they are expensive? They are expensive. They actually are quite expensive. I have my old Switch, and you know I'm never gonna get a Switch 2 unless somebody gifts it to me. Not saying anybody here, but even my other Switches, my brother gifted them to me, so I also didn't buy them because they're fucking expensive. Also, the games itself are fucking expensive. Did I buy Resident Evil either way on it? Yes, I did. But that's not the point. Resident Evil. Hold on, Resident. They dropped new Resident Evil merch today, and by that, it was Resident Evil game stuff. I think I need to go to GameStop. Allow cookies. They have amiibos? There was other Resident Evil things that were coming out. Let me go to GameStop. Let me catch up. Tempted to get older ones on the Switch, to be honest. Honestly, I think they're really fun. Resident Evil 0, because that's what I was last playing on my Resident Evil ones. I really like that on the Switch. It feels better because it's on a like controller, so I do love that. I will say it is a little bit annoying, Kai, getting them on the Switch because usually they come in a pack of 2 or 3 in one game. So that means you get one physical copy and the rest of them are a digital code. And I don't really like that. But I do have 0 and 1 on the Switch. I'm gonna add 100% import tax or funsies for funsies. Let's up your import tax. I hate that. Some small town wizard who's soul shaped into a monster truck. That would be so funny. Not a spoiler, but heads up for the difficulty settings. Modern standard is saves like 2, and classic standard it saves. Oh, I love that a lot. I would be fine either way, but I love that a lot. Because I know I miss having ink ribbons and having like limited saves. It's a survival horror, so I really like that a lot. But I didn't mind the new save system. Honestly, I don't know. I'll decide what I want. Also haunted. I hope you're doing well. There's probably a lazy house cat. I love that. They're all on sale right now. Look it up. Maybe. Very pettable. Honestly, would be very pettable. These headphones, so it's leather underneath. Like this, you can see how it's like dented and everything. These have been through the ringer. Yeah, the leather's peeling, and I've peeled off most of it, but there's still some that's shed, and it's very funny. Resident Evil. Like, ooh. Oh, that's a controller holder. It's Raccoon City, like... Oh, that's really cute. The pre-order ends soon. I don't need it. I don't need it. There was a Resident Evil, like, box set that was coming up that I really wanted, but it was gonna be, like, 40... Oh, the end doesn't work. Okay, there we go. It's gonna be like $40 or $80. And it was like group sets of, ooh, the Gum Gum Fruit replica. But I don't know if the pre-order was now or if it was before. I need to sit down. I only stood up because I was already standing. It's a swan. I would like to think that my Patronus is now Sprecaguito. I'll take Florogato, but I like Sprecaguito better. I would like to think that's my Patronus. I do want to sit. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's this generation pack. They have a generation pack. It is $89 for 3 games. This one specifically is 7 Village, and then I almost said 7 Village and Grace. Requiem. Not just Grace. Oh my god. Yeah, yours is a bear through and through. Oh, they have the Licky Boys figurine too. I do actually really want the Licky Boys statue. It's really fucking cool. It is $100. So it's a chunkers, but it is a chunky like figurine. Let's see what Just Geek has. I love my Resident Evil merch so much, and I want to collect so much, but so many people have such bigger collections than me, and it's perfectly fine. But I'm just like, I wanted to, not categories, gaming, ABC, T, Silent Hill, where's R? Resident Evil. Hi, Kev, how are you? Ooh, oh. Oh, this is really cool, though. It's $56, but it's the Resident Evil 4 church puzzle, the like stained glass. It's the 3 dials and then the final picture, and that's really freaking cool. Hey, so we can spend the key is also really cool as well. I would also get that. So why'd I hit escape? I'm not in a game. 30, 60, 90. We can spend like $150 and get a key from Resident Evil 4. We can get the tokens from Resident Evil 4. We can get the key card from Resident Evil 4. And we can get the puzzle set from Resident Evil 4, you know? We just need a mere almost $200. And then if you want Grace and Leon's figures, we gotta drop $800. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. So I can contemplate puzzles. Puzzles. It's just a picture of the puzzle. It's just a medallion of the puzzle. Hold on, I'm going back to it. Hold on 1 second. It's really freaking cool, though. Hold on. Where's Kev? I haven't messaged Kev in so long. Where the fuck is he? No, he's up here somewhere. Where is he? A, B, C, D. Slater. Oh, there he is. There we go. Okay. Go fund me for $800. It's gonna be like, oh, what are you trying to like work up for? Like, what is this for? My Resident Evil addiction. My Resident Evil addiction. My Resident Evil addiction. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, true. What was your, ooh. Oh, you're so right. Not me saying I would like my, hey, bitch. This is who I said earlier that I became a rage baiter last night. I was rage baiting Jordy last night. I apologize for my actions. I don't know what got into me. My poor bridge buff. Amazing game. I saw you playing it last night, Joel.
I was playing Marathon and I saw you playing it, and then I was like, why isn't my button green? You crashed out. You weren't proper crash out. I'm so sorry. I did clip it though. I did clip it. Anyways, it is Resident Evil time, which I probably will start soon because I really want to fucking play this game because I was talking about it all last night and I just sat there like I can't fucking open it. Why can't I fucking open it? Anyways, going back to Marathon, which I actually really do like. And now thinking about it, I would like to play more. But man, my Patronus could have been Psyduck, but I'm saying it should be Sprigagito. GPU do you have? Did I ever update? Hold on, let's see. Let's take a little look-sees. Hold on. That's the wrong button. I don't need that. Let me see what my GPU is down below, because I want to see if I'm pretty sure that's updated, because that's a 3070. Task manager. Performance. Yeah, you did say GPU. Yes, I have a... No, I have a 5070. Oh my god, I didn't ever update that. Okay, I have a 5070. I should update that. Grab your first aid spray. You're so right! It's back here. And I still haven't filled with anything because I'm like, what do I put in it? Picture of Leon. You sit cross-legged. Yes, so I do have a 5070 Ti. I had a Ti last time too. I should really update that. I'm literally sitting on that. It's very cool. I like it a lot more than art because it's... Yeah, it has art. I really love that it's now AI, voiced by people. There's such a good... I don't know why I'm holding it like this, like it's gonna give me candy or something. Forgot how to, like, get it out. It's just twisting the top. Yeah, I just put it up. Then I can feel that. I should fill it with, like, the sour spray. Like the candy sour spray. I love this shit. You, oh, yeah. No, I won't lie about that one, Joel. My monitors are from, like, freaking 2018. My monitors are really old. I'm just really attached to them and I feel so bad. They're perfectly good. They're perfectly good. Like, these monitors are perfectly fine. Why would I get rid of it? I really need to get rid of them. I really need to get new monitors. No lie. There's a tofu duck? Yeah! There's a tofu duck. I have it back here. I have it back here, Kev. I mean, I have the plush of it. I don't have the actual duck. The only actual duck I have is Gawis. And the Gawis. I have my Mass Effect Gawis because I got addicted to the game. Down, they can live with someone else. You're so right. I would definitely hand me down my side monitor because it is a smaller monitor than this one. I think this one will be a hand me down. It's an Acer one. It's perfectly fine. I really love it, honestly. It worked for what it needed to be. I think I might keep this one and turn it and still keep it as a side monitor. But I definitely need a new main monitor. I keep on shopping for it. Shopped for one 2 years ago and was like, yeah, I'm gonna buy one. Didn't buy one. Shopped for one not too long ago. Was like, yeah, I really need to buy one. Didn't buy one. And here I am. Still with an old monitor. That was a feminine hygiene product. My spray? My Resident Evil first aid spray? I can never... It's just pull. I love how you, like, used its full, like, government name. Feminine hygiene product. Here's my first aid spray. What a way to join games. What a way to join. No, it's my first aid spray. Recovery spray. Tap gun. It's for hand sanitizer, but you really could put anything else in it. I haven't put anything in it because... I should put Windex in this. For my monitor? That actually might be nice.
And Jordy, I'm not. Bitch, I don't even know what the fuck I have. I have an HP. I got an HP that only goes to 60 frames. I could transferring perfume is so fucking annoying though. This is now like a fidget toy. Pressing the explode button. Explode. Right, anything on your monitor? Explodes. Too late. I already do. Not right now physically. But too late. I already have. These monitors are so old at this point. Also, I spray it on my little cloth. But because my monitors have gotten so dirty and they get so dusty. Like genuinely. That's because I'm right next to my window. And we live right next to a nursery. So there's always dust in this fucking sky. And the sky in the air. It's really bad. It's really bad. But when the sun hits it, I'm like, wow, my monitors are really dusty again. I can't see anything. But I do need new monitor. Should we open the game? It's 42 minutes. I became patient again because I started yapping. I'm gonna turn on my entire display capture so we can open up the game and see what happens. What if I open up Warframe? You guys, I'm addicted to Warframe. I blame Jordy. There's only one person. Spent more on a monitor than my... Yeah. Which is crazy. That's crazy that cost more than that. Because that's a whole fucking surgery. It wasn't really invasive, but like still. That's medical. You do have a nice monitor, though. What moved? Yeah, they took Jordy's balls. They took them. They took them and they ate them. They ripped them off and they fucking ate them. Cooked them up, cut them, and we served them right back up. Ultra wide, yeah. Watching your screen share is so fucking crazy because I'm like, wow, that's such high quality. Wow, that's a big picture. I could literally buy it. I can afford one. Rocky Mountain oysters. Oysters. Yeah. Cooked them right up. They fucking ate it right in front of Jordy's face. They took them and they said, look at these. Now they're mine. And they went. The guy from Monster House that just grabs it. Also, same CPU? Yeah, CPU has stayed the same. We have been having an issue, Joel, and I feel like I should have talked to you about this as well. How do I put this issue? I have really good specs for my computer, but it still struggles with things randomly, and by that, hold on, forgot the game name. No Rest for the Wicked? Something like that. No, ABC? Yeah, No Rest for the Wicked. I get 10 frames. Got 2 frames as well. During a cutscene, too. That was great. During a boss fight, I think I dropped all the frames. That's what they did to my appendix. They took it out and then they showed it to you. This is your appendix. How? Take my Intel 2. I like my CPU. My CPU is really good. I think it is just something with... I genuinely think now it is the BIOS. But I don't want to brick my motherboard. But I think I could find... It would be very difficult, but I think I could find a motherboard that still works with most of what I have. Essentially, mainly my RAM, because I cannot afford to buy new RAM with that whole thing. But I would have to be really picky to be able to fit everything back into it. But I probably could, but I think it is just my CPU and my motherboard talking to each other and being like, well, fuck you. Fuck you. That's that. Kai, I have the first aid spray, but if I hold it like this and press the button, it looks like I'm pressing like the implode button. I implode. I know more dangerous to get a new motherboard, so it's then it's I know, I just don't like installing the BIOS. I hate the BIOS. I hate that BIOS so much. I didn't put my necklaces on. Oh no. Ah. Sorry, I keep on trying to put my lipsticks up. I'm just gonna put them down because they keep falling every single time. That's what that noise is every single time. If it's a build, might as well move up. Yeah, but I don't have money to afford to buy everything else again. Well, actually, I don't know what it is. Hold on. Got all the old parts from the motherboard. Yeah, that part's fine. That's like playing a little surgery. We're gonna play doctor today, and we're gonna take my computer apart. Take out its organs. Damn, it's raining? Dude, it's so fucking warm here. What is my RAM? Hold on. That's my files. That's not where I wanted to go at all. Task manager, thank you. Performance. Memory. I actually don't know what it is. Okay, it's still muted there. Let me go look. Let me scroll. Oh, I didn't. No, that's me. I think it's 32. I don't know. Any RAM? Yeah, but are they pretty RAM? Sorry. I know RAM is just for purpose, but I want to make RAM pretty as well. Make computer pretty. Put lights in it. But for the win, ooh. I'll have to check them out then. Because I think the main thing right now would be just an overhaul upgrade, which sucks because like this, I feel like I just upgraded my computer not too long ago. DDR. Also, I hate shopping for RAM because when it says DDR, I'm like Dance Dance Revolution. We're putting Dance Dance Revolution in my computer. That's just because I loved that game as a kid. Pretty RAM right now. I want pretty RAM. That's why I don't want to abandon my RAM because, like, the RAM didn't cost, compared to now, it didn't cost that much. And it's still perfectly good. I want to use it until it... I don't want to use it till it dies, truth be told. But I could sell the RAM afterwards. I could sell the pretty RAM. Pretty RAM is so pretty. I don't know about the computers. Nothing about computers. I know minimal about computers. I know my components. I know what they do. I know some things for issues. Everything else, I go to my Google source. And my Google source being Jordy. So pretty RAM. Royal Tyrant. I know that name. Tyrant. Okay. I won't lie. That is pretty RAM. I'm not gonna lie, so I have Corsair, which just means it has the RGB lights on. That feels like... I feel like you just outclassed me. Like, that looks so much prettier, like a different level of pretty, like a different way that is pretty. It just seems so classy. At some point, I gotta leave for realsies. Yes, go pick up Quiet, be safe, have fun, get home safely. And then we'll see you again soon. I got stuck. Mirror, so good. Like it's falling. I learned my chair is killing me. It's not killing me. It's making my leg get eczema. Only one part, like the back of my knee. I think it cuts my leg. We're not gonna talk about that though. I don't know if it's that. Take any RAM, even if it looks ugly. That's why I'm like, I shouldn't be particular. But if I'm gonna build my computer how I want, I dropped 81 frames. I don't know where that. Also, I've been dropping frames when I'm sitting here. I'm really out of breath. Anyways, we should really open the game. I've been putting it off and been saying we should open the game, but then we start talking. I need to put this up because I have a belt on and it keeps on hitting my desk. There's my friend. I can field strip almost any firearm and can identify firearms from 15 yards away, but when it comes to computers, I'm like a caveman with a rock. Real as hell. You did a clean wipe of your OS from scratch? I don't even know that was a thing. I don't know how to do that. So that should tell you the last time I did that. The budget I had for a whole PC. Now I can get 32 gigabyte RAM for it. Cool, right? Cool, right? I hate how much RAM costs now. It disgusts me. I need to make a visit. Yeah, I'm like, what are you talking about? I do need to clean out my PC. That is something I do need to do. That happens occasionally. because we have more tools to clean out the PC, like when you dust it out, but outside, and I don't like carrying my PC all the way to the garage. So that one gets procrastinated on a lot. But it's not like it's not like a disgusting dusty. It's just one of those cases of, yeah, that thing's dusty. Cleaning your old stuff and installing Windows again. I don't want to do that. Get the little desk. Little desk. I don't want a little desk. I don't want to clean wipe. I have so much things on my computer. They hold so much memories. I really, sometimes like I send you stuff, Jordy, like Monarch and her PC like struggles, and I'm like, me, and then I'm like, no, actually, me. Actually. Yeah. The firearms part, because I'm came at that as well. You have your jingle that you know well, Goombert. That's okay. That's his jingle. But caveman part, I feel that. Resident Evil Day. It is go. Hell yeah. Taking my PC outside for cleaning. Just opened a window. One, I take it outside because we have dusters outside. And two, I'm allergic to dust. So I also should take it outside to do it because I need to wear a mask and everything. Because I don't want to krill my lungs. C drive should be empty and backed up elsewhere. That's why you clean and install. I had so much shit spread out on my fucking computer. And that's a me issue. I don't know why I did that to myself. I definitely have stuff on drives that shouldn't be there. It should be somewhere else, but it's too late and it's been sitting there. And I'm like, no, it just lives there now. That's its home. I shouldn't be allowed to have a computer. I'm gonna get the game going. We're gonna get this game going. I turned off the music and now we're sitting here in silence and shaming me for my computer issues. We're not shaming me, but we're shaming me because I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Resident Evil. Requiem. Yes, that's the right one. I know some things. And some things I know well. And one of those things is the internal works of a computer and how to fix it. That is not one. I still have all of my pins just like right here. Like my trading cards. We have my... What side is it on? Ow. Ow. It didn't stab me, but I just like slammed that into me. Jesus. I'll just make this my whole screen. No, I won't. I'm wondering about CPU. I don't know what any of that means besides. Oh, you're just waiting for new parts. Okay. I understood CPU. The rest of it, I know what that means, but I don't understand fully in the sense of what the difference is. I know how to turn it on. I know how to download mods for games. Oh, so we didn't get to play Baldur's Gate this week because my friend passed out while we were waiting to play because one friend was patching and I had fixed the mod because it was not updated. So I learned how to mod. And by that, I fixed the mod. I updated and everything and it worked. Mumbo Jumbo to me, that's just how good old techno mumbo jumbo. That is life. This is why I have certain friends that are good at tech stuff. Because I genuinely don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how I got here. My sound is only good because I learned how to separate the audios. I did that portion. But making the audio sound good and upgrading mics and knowing what to get and being like, oh yeah, maybe I should actually really upgrade that. That's because Jordy is an audio fiend. Grateful for that. Otherwise, I would have been fine with putting back on the headset mic of this and just using the little headphone because I like the crunchy audio. It's game time. True W sound engineer. Yeah, literally. Literally true sound engineer Jordy over here. I'm so glad that became his jingle and his hyperfixation. Do you guys want to see my entire fucking screen? Do I have anything? Do I have... I'm gonna unmute this. We're gonna do that. Oh, my entire fucking screen is small. Oh wait, display capture. Is it because I used it for something? Let's just do that. Hold on. This is what I meant by you're gonna be blinded by Nami for mere moments while we open up this game to see what it looks like, so that we can all see it open for the first time. I just hit escape. Okay. When that happens, I just hit escape. Cool, it closed itself anyways. It went boom boom and it closed it for you. You didn't even get to see the pop-up. I was talking through a tin can. He let me borrow his he let me borrow his Lamborghini once. Oh my god. What a true supporter right there. I'm alert, back to working. Yes, you take care, Joel. Also, thank you, Joel. I don't know anything about computer. Joel know everything about computer. Oh, okay. I'm gonna tap out of the game. Please don't kill yourself. Okay, I'm gonna take it away from you. Took it away. It gave me time to like set up everything, and I love that. I love when a game gives me time. Because I panic and I don't know if I have time. There we go. Okay, the audio might be really loud at first if we get immediately thrown into stuff. Sucker losers. I won't be able to fix it. I will be. TV. Surround sound headphones? Headphones. Surround sound headphones. What's that? Be lurking, have fun. I will. Gothic, thank you. Also, hello. I hope you're well. I'm just gonna put it on headphones for now. There's a pattern. Oh. Adjust until the pattern is no longer visible. I didn't even know there was a pattern. The pattern's... Yeah, the pattern's no longer visible. Where is Leon? We're getting to him. Oh, genuinely, I think I should put it there. Oh, the pattern's still visible. I can see it on that end. Just kidding, I can't. I'm a liar. Head on to the screen. Ooh, brightness. This is where we put it up a little bit because I'm blind. Roll for mental health. Let's see how low it's going to be. 13, 5, and 17. You're doing good. The 5 is because we don't have Leon on the screen right now. Oh, what? Resident Evil Requiems. What? Requiems. Can't see shit. Put your glasses on. We're all blind here. Exactly. Resident Evil Requiem offers you the ability to change the camera perspective. It is recommended that you use first-person perspective when playing as Grace to enhance the horror effects, and to use third-person perspective while playing Leon to enhance that. Would you like to change perspective? Yeah, sure, change perspective. Sure. Oh, but I like seeing Grace. I know for sure I don't want to be like that. Do we want... I guess I could change it during it too. Oh, let me do Coco's. 19, 10, and 2 because you're not playing Resident Evil, but you're good otherwise. Leave it. I just like seeing her. She's so pretty. Yeah. This would be disgusting like this. I'm sorry. This would be disgusting like that. For Leon specifically. Oh, preset for motion sickness. I do like that. Why does it want to know my age? Is this your... Not effective? Capcom can have us all. Okay. Checking add-ons. Yeah! Ooh, I do have all the other stuff. I don't think I want to change their outfits. I will be putting Mr. Raccoon charm on. Play so badly. Me too. Me too. Letters from 19... Oh. Letters from 1998. Fuck. I don't want to cry. The third person only? Yeah, Doc, you play third person only, and you'll see the first person compiling shaders from my perspective. You know, you get best of both worlds. You can do what you want, and then I can show you the other world. A Leon production, exactly. I think you play. You're so right. You're so right. I'm so fucking excited. They want your age for legal reasons. True. Capcom now knows my age. I think Capcom knew my age anyways. I was in the like little ambassador thing anyways. Will it be standard? Afterwards I'm gonna play Grace and Lady. Yeah, I concur. I'm going to go look at those outfits and put them on her and then take them off because I want them to be in their normal outfits. But I wish to see what they look like immediately. I'm trying to put my slippers back on. It's not really succeeding, I won't lie. You can't hear me finnick as much as I actually am. Okay, I got it. I got my slipper back on. We're gonna do performance because I know my computer struggles. Yes, I can change that. Measuring your PC's oh. Hey, guess what? The game crashed. My computer, in fact, did not like that. Oh, it's reporting. Oh! Crash report tool, Resident Evil Requiem. Well, we're gonna say right here, you don't know what's happening, but it definitely crashed. Since I like to play first person on keyboard and third person on controller. So Fire, what I'm hearing is that you should play Grace with a keyboard, and then as soon as it switches to Leon, you gotta plug in your controller so fucking fast, and then play on controller. Crash reports all the time in Village. I've never had any of the other games crash. I also feel like this is because I put it on performance, and so then it tried to see what I could do for performance, and then it's like, ha. To clean, install OS. This is the first time I've ever had a Resident Evil game crash, at least like this, of the newer bunch. Of the newer bunches, I've never had issues with them besides needing to just turn down graphics, like tweak graphics for different stuff. I've never had them crash. It did a lot to me when leaving. Oh yeah, because you had the issue with... Okay, there we go. It wasn't actually closing the game, so I was like, can the game close? Can the game close? Hello, Giraffe, how are you? It's still stopping Requiem, so let me wait for it to properly stop, and then I'll reopen it. Okay, it stopped. Yeah, do whatever you need to do, okay? I played it for 7 minutes, everybody. 7! I'm addicted to Resident Evil, you guys. I'm addicted. I feel like we need to upgrade your... And there's like there's a hit list in my list of people who need computer upgrades. And that says a lot coming from me, but because I'm like, I want to give you guys, better computers. Well, back to compiling shaders. Let's see who texted me. Oh. Friend Wyatt. It crashed. But now it works. Now. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play. Yeah, I think it's just had to do something with the overhaul. Oh my god, we're gonna whack toggle. Okay, first off, audio. I am gonna turn it down just a little bit. Dialogue voices, blast that shit. Okay, borderless window. Oh, that was, sorry, it got, I clicked to window, but it like immediately put it into window, and that kind of scared me. We have made it to the main menu. I didn't even observe the main menu. I immediately went to options. I don't even know what it fucking looked like. Who texted me? Me sending rem memes. So real. I don't know why I'm actively texting people while I'm streaming. Been foaming at the mouth, waiting for this goddamn game. I love Resident Evil. I haven't seen this this guy in so fucking long. But he knows I'm a freak. I fucking love Resident Evil. Image. Let's see how much. Ooh, look at that. Oh my god, can I keep? Oh my god, can I keep? Okay, put it to custom. I put it to. Hey, can I see advanced? Oh my god, I have it all on high. Oh my god, can I play this with high quality? Because it doesn't have ultra. That looks really funny. Because like it's in the green. Remember when I would open up 4 and the rest of them and it would put me in the fucking red? And I'm like, what the fuck, you guys? Didn't you? I love that. The You Sleep Now is very funny. I need to actually save all these REM ones and have a collection somewhere. I really love the REM that's just politely putting bricks in the pillow. That is my favorite one, but I have yet to save it. I have seen multiple people send it to me. I've seen it everywhere else, and I have yet to save it. That's all that. Camera wobble. I'll keep everything on. Out of spite, I don't change, controller, like, I don't change controller keys. I will literally leave it as is. So I need to see if there's anything ridiculous because it's gonna stay. And I think this one should be fine. Yeah, okay. I won't be shamed for my control, my crouch being on E. Go back to graphics? Okay. I assume this one, probably. Heard that Raccoon is optimized pretty well this time around. Go down? Okay. Do you want me to go to advanced settings? I'm just gonna immediately open that anyways. Yeah, compared to the other ones, in a sense of already of like that. Yes, okay. Let me do like that. Okay. I'll do section by section for you. Rem's voice lines has now become my vocals too. I'm a hello. Next, okay. I try to grab the little thing. I'll put it like that. Halfway through there. I know my voice like crunched in the little clip, but I should send it in the Discord. But the fact that I said he's dead, and then I just hear Rem, oh, he's dead. That's my favorite one. The way that Rem said that, oh, he's dead. What does it say on the left? Your camera block. Upscaling technology, frame generation, NVIDIA reflex low latency, and then this one's just off. This is reconstruction. Yeah, I'll just leave it like that. That's what it says. In that order. It's frame upscaling, frame gen stuff. Which I normally don't turn on because I don't want to fuck with my computer. What's this at? My GPU is at that. What is reflex? Configure the function of reduce latency. On plus boost. What is on plus boost? This is all fine. I keep all that stuff on. It's on. Is it on the wrong DSS? Hold on. Where am I? Why is it to DSLR? Hold on, let me find DSLR. Shadow quality. Frame rate. Variable. Sorry, now I'm distracted by other things. Hair strands. God, she's so pretty. She is so pretty. Oh shit. Okay, it might crash again. Yeah, it crashed again. It is definitely stuck. Fuck, that's why I don't turn things on. The upscaling kind of kills my computer. I don't like having it on. CPU can handle ray tracing? Would turn that on? I don't know if I usually have ray tracing on. I can pick up an Intel. I don't like Intel. There we go. Yeah. That made my game crash. Something no ray tracing? Yeah. Does anyone want to play games that are easy to run? Yeah. It's so good. My computer can't do shit though. I have to wait for it to do the report now. That's like waiting in the office of just like, can I go? Can I go yet? I'm gonna turn off whatever you just told me to turn on. I will not lie. Because it broke my computer, so I hopefully can turn it off and hopefully it runs. Not, I don't. Ah, with the Windows reporting error. I still have a P with no rest for the wicked. I don't know why it ran like shit. My god, it's so fucking warm today too. Is it really that hot out? That's so gross. I might actually have to close up my room. The report is going through. Get to this one, close that. And we open it. I think the settings that it's on in general, I think should be perfectly fine. It's stopping. It stopped. Yippee. I still remember when I played the first remake. And that was so bad. Because my computer was so shit at the time. Compiling shaders. It's done this every time. Oh no, I hope it doesn't break. I have to bite the bullet at some point and reinstall your BIOS. It's... Hold on. Locking in really quick. Yeah, I have to keep it off. It won't even let me reset all the stuff, which is completely fine. I'm gonna leave it as is. And I think it'll be fine. Alone? And see if it don't crash. Yeah, I think it should be fine because the rest of my stuff, usually when I have like the other games, are always in the red for a lot of my... This is the VRAM usage, so it's not even just my RAM and like GPU, but like it doesn't seem that hefty compared to the other ones, which have killed my computer for no fucking reason. Do graphic drivers check? No, but I have a really good graphics. But actually, I think there's an update for my drivers. I won't lie. I think there is actually an update because I think there was an update, but I was downloading something at the time, so I couldn't turn it off. But I recently updated it. I have a better GPU and I have a better CPU. My CPU is perfectly fine though. It's something with my CPU and my motherboard, I believe. Every time Leon is the main character, the villain is ugly, but if Chris is involved, the villain is hot. Yeah, Wesker's pretty hot. Oh, the Matilda. I shouldn't look at different stuff, but I just want to see. Oh, the film noir one is so good. Demetresk is pretty. These are just the ones that... Apocalypse is just his normal thing. He looks like a drunk guy. Have driver updates with specific games in mind? That's fair. Dropped any new ones yet? Oh, Resident Evil 4 Leon. He's so cute. Bonus settings. Those are just all the outfits. Oh. I want to play in film noir. That's so fucking cool. Oh. That's a really fucking cool gun. And then these are these ones. He looks like a drunk guy. I love him. Recently? I've never had that issue before, though. She's so pretty. I do like the Apocalypse one a lot. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do standard classic. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna forget computer issues and we're just gonna fucking play the game. I have my CPU stuff running up top anyways. Not my CPU, my computer. Stats. I was about to ask if the audio was too low.
Sorry.
Where'd all my frames go? Bingo? That's how I... No rest for the wicked. That's how it was for me, Coco. Where'd they all go? Fucking bingo? She types... like she never went to school and like didn't do like computer classes where they're like, this is how you have to sit when you type. Okay, actually she sits like me at my computer half of the time. Spencer, what's you doing here? Draws from a treaty of for bioweapons. Wows.
Grace. Grace.
She's reading.
Grace Ashcroft.
Yes?
My office.
Oh, coming.
Girlie's desk is a mess. She got that L stance. She do got that L stance.
If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating. Now, I need a good technical analyst on this.
Okay.
I need your eyes on the crime scene. The Renwood
I
Hotel.
don't have my glasses on, sir.
Look, I know that's where your mother was murdered. And I know it'll be upsetting for you. Alyssa died 8 years ago. Perhaps it's time for you to face the past. Confront that fear head on. Grace, I won't force you to go. But do you think you can do this for me? Investigate that crime scene and report back to me with your findings.
Wow.
That's all for now.
I saw the FB. I was like, FBC? No, it's the FBI. I think we only hear about the FBC in Revelations. That game is so pretty, though. Oh no, Kev, I'm sorry. Tell the mouse that you can't work.
Oh, sorry.
Ew. Sentenced to Raccoon City. What are we? You have been sentenced to... Wow. That was genuinely so bright.
Yeah, no.
Oh, I didn't know it switched over because suddenly Ah, the film
Should be
noir.
around here.
What is?
And can I run into people again?
So, where are
Yes,
we
I
going?
can. Fuck you.
Really bothering one? Nice to put the table. Gonna have to. Oh, no trouble at all.
Fuck you. I'm gonna stop running into people. Come from here, but it's terrible, but lock and girly, we need you. Literally. He said, I'm gonna need you to lock the fucking soldier. What's this? Guide? Welcome to the beautiful historical city of Renwood. Come soaked in nostalgia of the bygone era. Chic art galleries, classic restaurants, and plenty of stores where you can shop till you drop. Wow. If you want to get away from the modern hustle in Brussels, Renwood is a place to be.
What the hell are you made of?
Obtained ballet.
Yeah.
Jazz.
He's a
You like
kiss-ass
jazz?
while we do all the damn work.
Honestly, we got no umbrella. That one guy got.
What happened with the missus?
Oh man, she was pissed. She forgave me in the end.
What'd he do?
You got off easy. Not gonna do anything stupid like that.
Ooh, missing
No way.
people.
No, I swear.
Halloween Scream. That's weird. Oh, Jesus Christ. I didn't expect him right there. I think this is where we need to be. Police line. Do not cross.
Hey, guys. Hey, that's a restricted area. You can't go in there.
She's just a little baby.
Why?
It's an active crime scene.
Oh, right. Sorry.
She's not
just-
locked in. She's not locked in, Gar.
Oh, you're FBI?
Yeah.
Investigating all these strange deaths, huh? Mm-hmm. It's the 5th one now, right?
That's for the fucking trailer.
I heard they all have the same weird bruises. So you think it's something
Weird.
infectious or
The
terrorism? or
weird, just like.
Why else would the
I'm
FBI be
FBI,
investigating,
yeah.
right?
She sounds like she's lying, but she actually
Hey, are
is
you with me?
FBI.
Oh,
She's not locked in,
there
soldier.
might be answers inside.
I
Yeah,
won't.
Sure, right.
I won't lie, Grace. You're making it really seem like you're not actually FBI. Also, I'm really worried for Sherry because she had gloves on in the trailer, and I'm like, that's really suspicious. That sounds really weird, but it's a little
Be
suspicious.
careful in there. Whole building's condemned. Word is they're finally gonna bring the whole place down.
Yeah. Thanks.
She really was not setting herself up for good. Like, yes, I am FBI. She's like, yeah, FBI badge. Wheel. She's adorable. I don't like the cans made noise when I kick them. Kyashin, she is a cutie. She definitely is a wow. Behind the desk worker galley. She's not the in the field
Why
worker.
am I even here?
Really, I don't know. Hey, there's a rat problem. Oh my god. This is an this is a fire hazard. I mean, no one's supposed to be back here, but that's a fire hazard. It is really pretty. Grace, you didn't need to do that. I didn't need to do that. Like, even the scenery like this, it's so pretty. This is why I never get authorized parking only. I don't know how the cars would get back here. I genuinely don't know how the cars would get back here to park. Wormwood Hotel. I don't think I can go that way. Or here. FBI agent, but she's a desk jockey. Yeah, she's the intel. She finds all the stuff and puts it into the reports, but she doesn't go in person. Unfortunately, now she has to go in person and she's got to go. That's suspicious. She's got to go in person and also lock into a scene where her mother also died. Did we get there by driving? Shit, you got me there. This is suspicious. Girlie, do you have a flashlight? She, like, grabbed that door. Grabbed it. You have narrow streets? Yeah, you do. But also, we don't have small cars. And that... Also, there's no way to pop... We don't have small cars that will fit back there. Even, like, taxis. I don't like this. Grace, this is a bad idea. They sent one person in. They sent the most nervous person. Hamburger. Oh, it's a paperweight. Oh. Okay, that was not a surprise I wanted to see. That's gross. That is fucking awful. Somebody left their food there. Grace, opening this fridge is not going to be a good idea. Let's open it. She's just investigating. She sure is. Oh my god. I won't lie. The scenes are very smooth, and when she comes out of that I can't even tell if she's actually done or not. I won't lie. The light of it is very bright. Ooh. That needs some oil. That's a bit rusty. My rusty spoons. I don't like how this door be looking. Oh, don't do that. You're stressing me out, Grace. Don't.
I can't. It's too much. Come on, Grace.
She's stressing me out. Just kick the door open. Honestly, I feel like you shouldn't touch that door. That door looks really like it's gonna give you an infection or something. Did this purse? Well, he did say it was condemned. Shouldn't be watching, but you should. Oh. Oh my god. She is a cutie. Tab? Okay, examine. Oh. I did like this layout. Oh, there's my raccoon. Investigation report. Yeah, let's open that. Oh. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I do need to actually sit like my knee feel better. Submitted by FBI Special Agent Kyle. Due September 28, 2026. Holy shit. Okay, so it takes place in this year. It takes place in the future. Famous video of a guy parking my garage? Fuck yeah. We just really don't have cars that will fit there. The body of a man was found in an abandoned hotel in the Midwest, western city of Renwood. The body was discovered in a hotel restroom. Based on the level of decay, it is suspected that he's been there for several days. Prior to this incident, multiple cases of similar mysterious deaths have been reported in locations across the United States. Oh. Okay, H. Ramirez, 59, pronounced dead in the Stoneville Hospital. E. Wilkins, 51, pronounced dead at Hotel Denbar. Oh, hey y'all. One little note. Like, yeah, that looks really bad. Seeing his eye there... Seeing this image, that's a zombie. That's a zombie. Kay White, 67, pronounced dead at Green Oak Apartments, and Warren, 90, pronounced dead at Night Valley Nursing Home. Ooh, yeah, that's a zombie. Yeah, that's a zombie. It has been confirmed that all the identified victims were survivors of Raccoon City incident. They survived, but at what cost? The victims' bodies were all had extensive black bruising. What a fun little trip that was. This is my little Mr. Raccoon. Grease is... Oh! Oh, it has buffs. This will evolve the T. Veronica virus? Possibly. It could. It's definitely something to do with the T virus, like the... I guess not the OG, but the Raccoon City OG virus. Mr. Raccoon. I didn't know they... Oh. Nope, not what I wanted to do. Let's just keep it with me. Oh, so it's just a charm I hold. Okay. Wesker charm, maybe Wesker clone. I would really love to see that. I don't know though. We did drop, not Wesker clone would be interesting. Wesker himself, we did drop into a volcano. Sorry, Grace, I keep on unpausing and then pausing. So did this guy, this is a setup. Like, this is a fucking setup. Why would this guy come here to die? Like in the place where Grace's mother was murdered. I don't know. I'm a little suspicious of like... Oh, that's the back of the chair. What's this? Oh, it's just claw marks. I just heard a thump somewhere. That was rude. It's very rude. That's a horrifying picture because it's decayed. Okay, so is this where the guy was found? Possibly? Yeah, there's a number ticking over there. Okay. It's something to do with the virus. I don't know if, like, the virus... I don't know. The virus is doing something to the... Ooh. Cockroach is still as big as ever. Is he still in there? Did they leave his body there? I don't think they would leave his body there. Oh, why do I have to look in the toilet? Why do I always have to look into the toilet? Grace put her hand near that. It's right behind me. Grace, crawl out that window right now. Crawl out that window right now. We could break it in. So, I'm getting the hints that Grace's side of the story is very horror. Is there anything in that? This game, by the way, is very scary, as it should be. I love a good horror. Oh! Oh my god, someone's leaving us little messages. I have amnesia in the bunker. Oh god, not the bunker. Oh, someone really likes me. Let's talk. Room 204. Oh yes, Grace. As an FBI agent of some sort, this sounds like a wonderful idea.
Who's there?
She's gonna have a panic attack. I know she had it packed in there. Like, just like she was coming off of like probably public transport, but just walking here. But the fact she had a fumble into her backpack. Oh, she's just a baby. Like, I genuinely love her. Like, she's just a baby. Hey, you should pick up your backpack again. I think she did. Okay. Her gun was just in the bag. That is adorable. Okay, cool. Oh, it gets rid of it immediately. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. A candid photo of Grace. It looks like it was taken near her home. Oh. Oh, that's gross. Okay, there's my gun. Okay, she has a flashlight. I'm like, where's the flashlight coming from? She has it in her hand still. Grace, this is an awful idea. I know it looked like the door closed behind us, but I think that made my heart drop. I think we could easily just... That's so scary. This is your back... Okay, I don't think she knows what she's doing, Doc. She's just a baby. Oh. Oh, I hate that. That's really good. Currently acting as a field agent, Grace. Get your shit together. That's what I'm fucking saying. She doesn't know what she's doing. Okay, hotel pamphlet. Redwood Hotel has been welcoming guests from all walks of life since opening its doors in 1928. Experienced the warm embrace of the nearly a century worth of history along with its Redwood's time-honored traditions. Yeah, I don't think that's happening anymore. I don't think that's happening anymore. Also, that's a very, like, that picture that's on my side is a very different than what we saw outside. So I think there's another entrance. FBI agent, she's had some... Oh my fucking god. Some sort of training? You're not fucking using it? I think she's not locked in right now. I think I'm gonna stand up. I'm fidgeting so much right now. All rise. She's making me stressed out and making me fidget. God, okay. She's not locked in. She doesn't know what she's doing. She is a office... She's a... That's a fucking chandelier. That's a chandelier. Okay. That was a chandelier. It's only a chandelier. It's fine. It's a chandelier. Oh my god. Why do they send anyone without field experience alone? I mean, obviously she is an FBI agent. She does have field experience of some sort, but I don't think she's a regular field agent. Also, like, yeah, still, I feel like she should have somebody with her, or like the other police officer. Like, I feel like there should be somebody else here. Put her shit together. Get your backpack. Put all your shit in the backpack so you can keep all your shit. That's what I'm saying. I can't believe she didn't take out the gun when we got here. Like, take it out once we get to the hotel before we enter the hotel. She's a little baby. I like seeing that I can actually read the letter. To all employees, following the recent incident, management has been working hard to restore public trust. Unfortunately, due to the extent of damage, it is unclear if it is possible to reopen. Consequently, it is with great regret that we have announced the official closure of Redwood Hotel. We apologize greatly for the impact this may have on you and your families and wish to extend our heartfelt gratitude for support and hard work you brought us. You've brought to the long-standing business. So I assume, I stopped talking because I'm like, I assume when her mother was murdered here, that shit kind of got them to close down, which is sad. It seemed like a cool hotel. I say as if it's real. Hip and a holster? I don't think she even has a holster, I'll be honest. Because we have a map. Map. There's some water. This is a cool water stand. Not gonna lie. God, I thought there was a person there. Yeah, I don't even think she has a holster. Grace. Oh, little Grace. Are you stressing me out, girly? Yeah, I thought that was something climbing on the wall because of the way. This is such a cool building. Why am I actually... I don't like that there's this little alcove. Are you telling me these are people's random suitcases? That's a TV. That piano better not fucking play. She's carrying her gun loose in her bag. That's a good question. That one I would fully believe she was, which is, she's a wee little baby. Be able to provide a holster. I don't know, you saw what her desk looked like. She's... I don't remember what fucking room they wanted me to go to. 204. I think that's was her mom's room. Where her and her mom stayed. Okay. It's a fucking safety hazard. It is a straight safety hazard. I'm so uncomfortable. Oh, how lovely. The exit is locked. Okay. What's that? Ew. Okay, it's just fabric. Sorry, that is an awful image. Health comes first. I was like, I wonder if I can see. Oh, 204. That's exactly where we're going. Oh, I need something to cut it. Okay. Frickin' shoot it, Grace. Okay. So we need... Oh. Honestly. Nice little touch that you can tell that people moved in here. Oh, right here. I don't remember that being open. It probably was. But I don't remember anything being right there. Oh, fuck.
Oh, shit.
Me too, Grace. Me too. I don't know if carrying pistol loose is a problem. Not the safety exists for that. Yeah, but I still think, like, just free floating in the bag is not very safe. That's like having a knife free floating in a bag. Not exactly equivalent, but still something that's like, that's just not an object that should be free floating. This building looks like shit, bro. This building looks, this is like magnificent. This is beautiful, but this looks like fucking shit. I guess it does rain a lot here, so it makes sense if there's nobody to upkeep it and it's been 6 years. Holy fuck, that's horrifying. Hello? Oh. 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 Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie me.
What? Who?
So it's her mother and her... 'Cause that's her mother and that classic red jacket. Love it. It's pictures of all of, like, just them. That's the picture the night it happened. Still same haircut. A little bit shorter. Have to any... Talking to the cops who carry a pistol? I mean, that's fair. I don't fuck with anything with that. But like, I don't know. If that's something that can do harm, I don't want that free floating in a bag. That don't seem safe at all.
Man,
Hang on.
you've been on that thing all day.
Well, if you're gonna work so late.
She's so cute.
Get some sleep, eh?
I'm almost done, just a sec.
What am I gonna do with you?
It was 8
What you
years
always
ago.
do?
Didn't he say
Nag at me
6
until I go to
years?
bed.
Oh, it's really coming down hard.
What did they have by? What did her boss say at the beginning? Did he say it's been 6 years since he died, or 8 years?
It's right beside you.
Oh, you're not wrong. It is right next to you. She's got shoes on in bed.
Miss Ashcroft?
Yes.
Who was it?
Oh, you can tell she knows immediately.
They asked for Miss Ashcroft and then they hung up on me.
Rude.
What the?
They're coming.
But like, what does her mother get?
Go where? Mom, what's going on?
Hurry!
Little flashlight.
Who's coming? What's wrong?
We need to keep our voices down.
This is ridiculous.
Come on.
Grace is actually just a little child.
Tell me
now.
what's going on.
Now is not the time.
This place was so pretty. Oh, okay. Oh my god, there's that same thing.
Mom, wait!
Grace, come on, keep moving.
Sorry. Keep moving. Sorry.
I'm coming!
Oh, I can still...
Grace,
Sorry.
hurry.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, mother.
keep moving.
Hello? Who's that? Oh, I'm so sorry about the power outage.
I'm like
What
stressed.
happened?
Oh, it's probably the electrical panel. It's 40 years old, so it doesn't take much to trip it. It's really no excuse, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
Literally.
It's fine.
Yeah, don't worry.
I should have it fixed soon. I just need to find my...
They moved away their flasher. Okay, that's a bit extreme. Okay, I won't lie. Grace is just standing there watching this happen. She did not try to back up at all. That was a bit extreme.
Stay close to me.
That was a bit extreme. Yeah, he's fucking dead, Grace. Okay. Oh, he's still spurting
Tell
blood.
me what's going on? Mom, what are you doing?
Something important.
Oh.
What did you hide behind that painting?
Okay, Grace, don't just speak that out loud.
We need to find another way out.
Don't just like be telling the secrets out loud.
Grace, come on.
I'm right this time I'm right behind you. I mean, because oh my god. Oh, hi.
Come on in, Grace.
We're calling the police.
No, don't go.
Hello? Yes, I want to report a murder. No, murders.
Grace.
Yes. The Renwood Hotel. Yes. Hurry, please. The police are on their way.
She's gonna have a panic attack.
Mom, I feel like I'm gonna throw up.
Oh.
Grace. Grace, look at me. Grab my hands. Okay, look at me. Look at me. In and out. Breathe in and out. Oh, Grace. I promise you, I will explain this all to you one of these days. Grace. Please know that you are my hope. Never forget that.
She's about to fucking die.
Just... I love you.
I love you too.
Okay.
scared.
No. We need to find a way out of here now.
But we don't have any of our stuff.
We can come back for it later, Grace.
I don't.
Found you.
Nice to avoid responsibilities. I don't like this game. That girl did really good. I knew her mother was gonna die, but like, I guess I also learned why the building got crispy in certain places. Just go relive that. Go relive that. Hey, I know that place is like fucked up for you, but I need you to go to the exact place. Still just looks exactly the same.
So sorry.
Oh, that fucking sucks. Her looking at the hand, because the hand was a big thing of like for panic attack, at least for her, for calming herself down. The way they betrayed her panic attack was so good. She was having a full mental breakdown. Because she was fucking sweaty as hell, bro. She was not okay. I think she's locking in now. I like how she tried that phone as if it was gonna be that.
Hello.
Never pick up the phone. Yeah.
Who is this?
Love the phone, babe. Yeah. I love how she really thought that the phone was gonna be ringing on that end. I love that you don't get to hear who's on that phone. Take the fucking phone with you. Why'd you put it down? You're an FBI agent. You're here to get evidence. It is personal now, but like...
Something important. I'll explain later.
We know where it is. That paper that she probably hid is probably damaged to fucking hell. Because of all of the water damage. Why are we not taking that phone? Like she was upset. It was... she was like, fuck. The way she did the double take back and forth. Oh. Okay, that shoe's loose. I was like, is that a body in there? That's so awful. Oh my god. It's a really cool bathroom. That was horrifying. I didn't even turn off that radio, I'll have you know. Did she just sit here and wallow and relive? Me too, girly. Because, like, it's clearly night now. 2018 is when it happened? Oh, of course it happened in October. Perfect for the spooky season. Okay, so now that we know somebody's in this building, now we have to go all the way back downstairs. Sorry, that looks suspicious for a second. Okay, she's still in there. Okay. So go lock yourself in that room. It might be deteriorating, but guess what? We're gonna stay in there. Oh, okay, I can run. Okay, I don't like that she puts up her flashlight. Hello? Fuck you. When she opens a door, I want to be able to see forward, ma'am. No one is in the building. Cool, blow it up. Me dealing with Spider. Spider in the building? No, Spider's house now. Burn it down. Okay. Before the pandemic? That's a lifetime ago. That's That's a crazy thought, because you're entirely right. That's such a... Wow, that's crazy. Wow. That was so long. Wow. Oh my god. That really made me need to sneeze.
scared me so bad I had to sneeze. I love how this wall is perfectly fine though. I love how she did never go back for this until now. Somebody's gonna be right behind us, isn't they? Point the flashlight up. It's okay, nobody's behind us because we're obviously just gonna go dig through this right meow. Okay, her mother's journal. Okay. Oh. Okay, October 17th, 2018. We're gonna settle down and we're heading to a new town the day after tomorrow. I'm thankful for my freelance work allows me to work anywhere, but I'm so worried about Grace. It's difficult for her to make friends when we're constantly on the move. Oh, that's not what I expected to happen. Maybe we can spend a little more time in the next town. October 18th, 2018. Finished some research, stopped in a cafe. When I noticed a hooded man, I could have sworn he was watching me. Maybe I'm getting just being paranoid. The 19th. I saw the hooded man again. He's definitely following me. We only just got here, but I think we should move on. I can't let anything happen to Grace. Okay. Disc. Disc. Bless you. Thank you. It scared me so badly I had to sneeze. Oh.
Sorry,
Oh.
officer.
Why are you holding your neck, sir?
Something stung me.
Are you okay?
Shoot him in the head right now. Shoot him in the head right now.
What do I do?
So nobody bit him, it stung him. Oh, that's really cool. Hey, don't do that though. I'm backed into a corner right now. I'm backed into a corner. Don't do this to me. Oh, his teeth immediately decayed. Oh, his gums let go then.
Come on!
How did you manage that, Grace? You're gonna do this!
What are you doing?
Oh my god! Okay. I am not used. Oh.
Stop shooting!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Truth be told, I won't let you got hit point blank with a shotgun. She should be dead. Grace, pick up your gun, please. You know, Grace, pick up his shotgun. No, stab him in the head.
Get away from me!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh shit! Stay away!
Oh, like, why did you pull it out, Grace? I mean, he kind of like... Oh, that's not very good now, is it, Grace? Grace, can you run?
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
You know, fair crash out, man. It's just been a flesh wound, exactly. Oh my god. Oh my god. Paula? The light on, everything's perfectly clean. Oh, Tommy, sweet Will chillin', I love you. Drive safely, have fun at work. He's all gums now. He definitely broke skin. Just a little bit.
Is anyone there?
That was so fucking stressful. Especially with it being first person. That was really well done. I hated it. Grace, this is a really bad idea. I won't lie. Backup as an FBI agent? I think she could have called backup as soon as she saw that first picture of her. I won't lie. She should have called backup ages ago. She should have, yeah, she should have had at least one person. Oh, his silly little funny little Googles. I forgot this man's little Googles are so funny. Who are you though? Ooh, snakeskin jacket. Also very dramatic of him.
Hello?
He looked like he's a little bit parched.
Easy.
He went.
But after much effort, here we finally are.
Who are you?
I'm the one who planted that body. I'm the one that brought you here. I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
How'd you make that door do that? I didn't realize he was that tall.
Rest now. We have so much to do.
Just holding her like that. He's fucking holding her like that. I didn't realize he was that tall. Is he a tyrant? He looks like he's part tyrant or some shit. A snakeskin jacket would be really freaking cool for Leon. Oh, I know exactly who this is. Saw this in the trailer. She's just small? I think she's small, but like...
Talk to me.
That man's
One like
massive.
Well, same black blotches.
Yeah.
And it's not post-mortem lividity.
No.
Oh, Sherry,
No,
my
this is
love.
different. That's 6 now. 6 survivors of Raccoon City, all dead from the same thing.
Yeah, that's not good.
No. No, it's not.
But I have something for you. The team has settled on a person of interest. Someone with ties to Umbrella.
He looks suspicious.
Victor Gideon.
Who is he?
A former T-virus researcher. Hey, I just got a report of a missing police officer. It might be unrelated, but he disappeared near where the 5th body was found. You there, Leon?
Yeah. I'm here.
You okay?
Some of the edges.
Smash.
Check it out.
Who gave him a nice car? Who gave him a nice car? This is a competent man. This is an excessive man who likes to do backflips, and I love him for it. That's not good. Exactly. That's a Porsche. Yes. Oh, it's no one. It's no one. No one's gonna set. Like, I know this is like, it's not New York, but like, it's
Just about.
yeah. No
Stuck in
one.
traffic.
Okay, Leon sees it. No one else thinks
Gotta
that's
be shitting me.
suspicious. No one else finds that suspicious. Leon, I don't think you should be, like, walking to that. That's very suspicious, Leon. That is the exact man you just looked at.
What's going on?
Honestly,
Is she okay?
Oh, she's fine. I'm just taking her home.
Oh, she's dead. He said, creates a little distraction. Ew, don't smile. Oh, please don't make me have to
Leon, what's your sit rep?
play. Can Leon just kill them all? Oh.
Don't do anything stupid.
Oh, I love Sherry. I love a zombie outbreak.
Whoa. Hey, what the hell, lady?
Help me!
You okay? What are you doing?
Oh my god. Oh, I almost shot that guy.
Get Brentwood locked down.
What? Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement.
Excuse me, I have a weapon. You're shitting me. That man's really tall, too. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little overwhelmed. I like knifing them. Oh my god, his hair. Oh yeah, he's dead. That one's a threat. Oh. This looks like Chicago. I'm sorry, Jordy. Now Chicago is overrun by zombies. You're dead. This is so freaking cool. I'm so overwhelmed though. Oh. Excuse me. Oh my god, you just did what? Yes, somebody just had it. Somebody's right behind me, isn't they? I saved you, sir. That's so awful. Oh, I can sharpen it? Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Oh. This is how Raccoon City happens.
Oh, fuck. Let's make this quick.
Oh my god. Excuse me, I have... Oh, okay, there's a lot of you. Oh, that's really cool. Ow, okay, I'm kind of getting hurt. I'm just gonna back up. I'm haunted. Can I take his? That's just like so mean. Just taking the other's weapon and just... Oh, you're shitting me. There's one over there. They are. Oh my god. Sorry, Leon. I might have killed you immediately. I like this, though. This is so much more gruesome. This is really cool. I did just kill him immediately.
Y'all ever yearn so hard, you start writing love letters.
Skipper would lock
The
down.
mind of a poet is a cruel, wondrous place, I do suppose.
You can stand on a car?
He's the one to thank for all the excitement.
Ooh. I like this a lot. I did shoot a civilian in the face, oh, won't lie. Excuse me, sir. Is somebody turning right in front of me? Oh. Excuse me, ma'am. I can't believe I killed Leon, like, immediately. Sir, I'm trying to save you. I think it's just him I hear. Bong, bong. Somebody right next to me? Glad you're enjoying it? Yeah. Oh. I missed him so many times. Yeah. Just casually decapitating people. Okay. I can't even be too mad that I died immediately. Because this is like... Oh, I don't like this part. Oh. And they all managed to equip Rick. Oh my god, is the gun name Requiem? Holy shit. Bang for a buck. Oh, sorry. Sounds like somebody else. Oh, there he is. Oh, sorry, ma'am. You're already dead. I hope she's dead. Okay. Gruesome zombie gameplay is always opposite. Yeah. I'm like admiring it. I was almost out. If I'd skip a running, I probably would have been fine.
Leon, have you located Victor?
I just refused to use that one green herb.
Back to square one.
Not necessarily. Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under. The Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center. I'll send you the address.
I want to know what's
Leon?
wrong with him.
We're running out of time.
I don't like that it's the we're running out of time. Because that's my suspicion about Sherry, because she's also wearing leather gloves. And I'm like, suspicious. An outbreak. That is a very... The achievement is deja vu there. That was a really good... Okay, hello, Grace. Oh my god, why'd he put her upside down? He's taking her blood.
What is this? Hey! Help!
He's taking her blood. Did he just have a chair to watch her? Ashley Johnson. Girlie, you spilled your blood all over on the floor. Okay, she's actually... Oh. Oh, she cut herself in the... I was like, what did you do? Okay, get the thing out of your arm, because that hurts me more mentally. Please get that thing out of your arm. Okay, thank you. Get that thing out of the arm. That really... Okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, she's actually smart. Which I knew she, like... She's... Sorry, I like locked back in and got scared for her. Okay, don't roll yourself to the glass though. Nobody still. But yeah, she's actually really smart. Like, that was really smart, and she calmed herself down and everything instead of having a panic attack.
What is he doing?
Well, he also just took a lot of your blood, so like... You're lightheaded. Also, you were just hanging upside down for God knows how long. Would not have thought of that. Ethan would not. Ethan just instead ripped his hand off of the fucking thing. I am gonna run to the restroom really quick. Okay. 2203, blood began extraction. Began blood extraction. 2205, check pulse, no abnormalities. 2211, administer Dexifill. 2218, condition stable, ready for further examination. Oh, let's just turn on the little light. That's a lot of blood. Good observation. Oh, I can't see myself. I'm a vampire. Ethan was good at following his heart and protecting his family.
Where the hell am
I want to get to a safe room. Looks like measure vitals. Correct. But Ethan was never... I want to leave that on. I don't know, it seems like fun. Holy shit. Oh my god, my cat woke up. That scared me. Hold on. So, like, why am I able to turn off the lights? So, like, why am I able to turn off the lights? Sorry, I became like a moth. I saw the red light and I just went right towards it. Oh my god. Okay, don't do that. That's scary. Oh. Power. Radius.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
God, guys, just turn that off. I'm so scared. Oh, you said hydrate. You're so right. Hydrate. Not quiet was here. That's fair. Okay. Don't like that it turned on the lights from... Oh, God, Lord. It's broken. Okay. I can't believe I killed Leon. I think I'm pissed off at myself. I'm like, damn, I could have just gone this game without dying, but I was just hacking slashing. Hello? That was scary.
Dad.
Okay. Oh, this place is fucking cool. Emergency protocol. Cherub. Why is the cherubs haunting me? Why are cherubs haunting me now? Okay, so we need another fuse. The cherubs are haunting me. I don't like this. They both are so cool. Sorry, that was me stress turning that corner. Hello? Safe room! Close that door. Creepy. Okay, so we have ink ribbon. Ink ribbon. Okay. When playing standard difficulty or above, autosaves during Grace's story will be limited. Ink ribbons are required to save as typewriters. Yeah, so I will have autosaves because I'm on standard. There's not as many, but... Battle. But at least autosaves will happen. Oh. Oh, we're saving. We're gonna go into that thing. We're gonna save because we're a decent way. Oh, what? My fucking god, what the fuck was that? What was that? What? I didn't even take out the fuse yet. We're gonna sit in this. Should I save? Should I use one? Under more GG subs. I want a new cup. I don't think I want another flavor. I don't think I want to use the save yet. I think I should use the save. Yeah. I'm going to hit this. I'm going to leave you guys here. I'm going to go get Nessie. I'm going to go put my cup away, go to a restroom, and I think I need to close up my room and turn on the AC. It's going to be 90 degrees here today, you guys. It's fucking winter. I hate that. So it's really fucking warm. So I'll be right back. Mochi said hello to you guys. Hella has words for you guys. Mm-hmm. Anything else? Mm-hmm. What else? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, Mochi doesn't like you. Yeah. I'm sitting making coffee and this one has a lot to say. Yeah. Come on, let's go get the coffee.
Oh, hi, Mochi. Mochi, we're gonna have so much caffeine today because I got more coffee.
I got iced coffee. I guess Mochi greeted you guys. That was hella. I was sat there making my coffee. Which also I nuked my coffee so that I could have warm coffee. Because that's what I've been drinking lately. Then I was like, well, it's fucking warm. Let me put ice in it after I just warmed it up. Anyway, so I have caramel coffee right now. It's quite delicious. Quite delicious. Sarah killed Leon. No! I did. I did immediately kill Leon. It's really cool though. I was amazed by the zombies because when I shot it once, when you shoot them once in the head, the eyeball falls out. And that was really fucking cool. Also, I have an axe, so I'm just like, wee. So I was just having a little bit too much fun. Bathroom, I got my drink. Correct. That's exactly where I went. I'm gonna stand for a little bit more. Race's story is stressing me the fuck out, bro. Like, not even her story, but playing her. Okay, so I need a screwdriver. Okay. By the sound of it, it sounds like somebody's awake. Oh! And not just Mochi. Come here. Go. She needed a stepping stool to get down. So I suppose... I actually kind of want to leave that on and then turn off the light. I will say, this is not a very safe room. Because, like... Hold on. Okay. There's no safe room noise. Oh, the peripheral like that? Okay, that's just the wall. God, that horse is... That horse is scary as fuck. I don't have a flashlight, so I can't really go in to places. You know? I won't lie, her shoes are kind of loud. Hello? Okay. Hello? Something wake up from there. That's a bottle. That's a bottle. That's a bottle. Let me take it, please. That's a bottle. Okay. Okay. I'm glad you guys liked Hella's TED Talk. Does the game stop when I go into the maps? I don't think so. There's a door right here. Every time you see a bottle, do you think of Outlast Trials? Holy shit, I didn't even think about that. You're so right. I'm gonna start thinking about that now. Where's the... Okay, so that's just not on anymore. Okay. I should think about it. Every time I hear the word baby or I'm like a little child of some sort or like a small little guy, I do instinctively close that door. Say, you wouldn't hit a fucking baby, would you? You wouldn't hit a fucking baby because Franco Bambino. So in some senses, Outlast Trial haunts me. Okay. I assume I need to go into that dark area, but I don't want to. I'm scared of the dark, Grace. Do you have like a flashlight of some sort? Take the whole fucking lamp for all I care. Oh god, she doesn't just like push doors open. You have to continue walking. Why did I check my phone? I'm stressed, that's why. Okay, so we're gonna go into here because that's the only... I need a screwdriver. I need a screwdriver. It gets so dark. It is so dark. Like, I can't see in there at all. I want to check out the horse, though. Right, that is on. I'm scared of the dark, so that will, halt me at a game so fast. Because, like, this just says it's broken. I can't walk in there. I can't see anything. I do love that, though, because I tested in the one room. I turned off all the lights. I'm like, holy shit. Won't say. Oh, that's like a Reaper. It's a knight, but it's like a Reaper. Okay, my run isn't really that fast. Just taking note. I know where that is, but I need a screwdriver. Where are we? Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center. RHCCC. So we're in Rhodes Hill. So we're in some old facility. Registered nurse knowledge. Ward visiting hours. That was where the key was. That looks so pretty out there. It reminds me of the same aesthetic as the RPD. And I love that. I really don't want to go in those dark rooms, but I think I might have to. Don't ask why I turned off the light in here. I really shouldn't have. But I did anyways. And let me just double check to see if there was anything. I think it was just the bottle. And then this, which I need a screwdriver. Which I assume when I hit that, it's gonna get really fucking dark. This is such a cool, like, setup. Okay. Ooh. Road's hell. Road's hell? Road's hell. This is hell. This is hell for me. I didn't like that car. Also, I had to turn on the fucking air. I don't like sometimes when it, like, an area is too dark in a game, it doesn't let you advance forward. Because it's like, whoa, hey, was that there before? I don't think that was there before. I don't think that was there before, I'll be honest. I don't think that was there before. And if it was, I still don't like that, because why the fuck is that like that? Okay. Because this is just completely dark now, and that's scary. That's a lot. I could go for it, but I don't want to. Fuse box. Same with that. I only have it like half explored because that's as far as I walked in. Holy shit. Oh my god, that's so fucking rude. I have a lighter. When did I get the lighter? I still have that on me? That probably, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Grace, you never taught me how to put the lighter on. How did you forget that? It never taught me.
Infected.
Grace, turn off the lighter. Turn off the lighter, Grace. Grace, turn off the lighter now. Grace, that would be your cue to turn off the lighter. You got some nice, pretty teeth. Holy shit. Oh my god, how am I supposed to avoid this? I don't know how to turn. Oh my god, she's fucking horrifying. Oh, she takes hits. She's horrifying. I don't know how to turn off the lighter. Okay, I found how to turn off the lighter. I don't know, okay? I wanted to see if she was really close. Holy shit, I'm gonna do my ass off. I kind of had a suspicion that I should have walked forward. But I never did in that hallway. Okay, is it toggle? Okay. Well, now I'm hurt. Did I... Okay. Oh my god, it's fucking G. Yeah, it never taught me how to use the lighter. Also, I didn't think she still had it on her, I'll be honest. Why is the screen flashing? No reason. No reason at all, Gothic. None. Oh my god, when I'm dying, it looks so much... It looks so much better. I don't want to leave this room. Holy shit, bro. She's very playful, very. I mean, if I die, I just saved. Honestly, like, I hate.
What the hell was that thing?
Bitch, do you think I know? I love survival games. I'm not here to be like, I did this without dying. That makes me sad when I don't die. It makes me very sad when I don't die because then I'm not fighting for my fucking life. Okay, Grace. Well, now I know how to turn on my lighter, which I probably would have never figured out because it's G. Oh my Jesus Christ. I don't know why that fucking scared me. I'm on edge now. Oh, hey, there's that children book. You know what? Only the PR packaging people got. Anyways, I love... Oh. Please, for the love of God, don't let that drop. She's gonna take another chomp out of me, bro. Who's that? I have moved some items out of the closet. The screwdriver is now in the toolbox in the nurse's station. The sewing kit is text blurred from the illegible. Oh, it is actually illegible. I want to leave to go do work. Tells him, hey, I have some things to be doing, and it can't be work. I kind of assumed it was already over in that spot, seeing as how we first met her there. Hey, so I want you to know, I don't think there was blood there before. I think that's literally where I stood right here. She was right there and went chomp. And then that's my blood. I made a painting. It's beautiful, isn't it? Oh, all the raccoons from Raccoon City. I really thought I could just hide in a corner. Oh, I was like, hey, why is it so dark in that hallway? It's obviously G. Glite. Read the book. It didn't let me... oh, hold on. G. It didn't let me... Do I have to be standing? Was it... Yeah, it didn't... It don't let me read the book. It don't let me read the book because I want to read the book. I know I can open that and there's a really nice page in there. I cannot open my Glite. I really thought it was F or T because I'm like, okay, flashlight for us. Torch. No, G. So weird? Yeah. I know I can read that. Wait, how dark is it once I'm in here? I think it's not that dark because I'm kind of dying. No cap, no lie. God, that horse is horrifying. Yeah, I don't think that hole was there before. That hole probably was there before. She better not walk by. Like, you know those setups to show you that she's like roaming. I don't even know what like I interacted. All I saw was that green light.
Maybe I should check the room where that thing was.
So you're telling me I was like here and just like squished up against that corner? I really want her to close that. I really want her to close that. I won't lie. Oh!
Oh my god.
Okay, so how?
This looks important.
Okay. I'm gonna have to figure out.
I don't want to die yet.
Currently, I don't either. I've not played the game. I know nothing other than a trailer, but I think the thing dislikes light. That's fair. I know it was in the demo you got to play. Hey, anybody need some arms? Got a lot of arms here. Oh, it's her arms. Sorry, girly. Your arms are gone. Okay, it's that. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. Scared the shit out of me, bro. Can she see in the dark? Okay, Grace, step on your tippy toes, bro. Step on your fucking tippy toes. Okay.
This way, not this way, not this way.
It's okay. You know what? I can take one chomp from her.
Yes.
I'm not turning on that light. I'm not turning on that light. Oh my god. That is fucking awful. Mochi, now is not the time. Now is not the time to appear here. Come over here. Come over here. Yeah, come over here. Oh, see, you selected things. Come over here. You gonna sit down? I'm about to fight for my life here. I'm gonna need you to choose a spot. Choose a spot. Choose spot chosen. Let me make some space here for you. Here, I'll make some space. Okay. Back to fearing for my life. Look at her fucking toe. Oh, oops. Mochi, did you really hit escape? That's really... Oh my god. Oh my god. Grace, fucking run. Oh my god, Grace. Oh my god, Grace. I don't think she got distracted. It just went through her fucking legs. Okay, so she kind of like... She... Oh my god! Can I hit her in the face? She's gonna eat me. Holy shit. Look at her toes. I didn't want to look at her toes. I didn't want to look at her toes. The girl detects light. If you... Oh, hey. Hey, you're right. Okay, okay. Bored. Look, Doc, you're right. Dude, she's such a... Like... Where am I? Is this where I saved? Okay. That's okay. But you know, this is when I saved earlier, so that means I still have to deal with her the first interaction. But I do have light now. Okay, so we need to run all the way over here. Or all the way to that room. So I need to leave all lights on, is what I'm picking up. I don't like her. So if I... Does she mind, like, the lighter light? I don't like that. I wonder if this is... Not gonna lie. No cap, no lie. One, I will say... Okay, this is gonna scare me again. My heart hurts. It's Lisa. That would be crazy. Oh, hey, so the door's not open. I do like that it tells you what to be careful of after you die, because there's no context. And like, yeah, some of the context is a little bit like this was in the demo and whatnot, but I didn't play the demo because I didn't want to experience first time. So I'm having to learn this. Attracted to light, so it reads. I wonder if she's attracted to the lighter light. So light is light. It says she detests. She detests. Lighter is light. But like, I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't work on enemies. Whereas you need bigger source of light. I still hate that. I'm not stupid, I promise. She looks fucking awful. And she's so well done. I hate it. Okay, man. I still hate it though. I hate hearing her behind me. Ooh. that's interesting. She burns.
What the hell was that thing?
I immediately got distracted by Shayla texting me. Okay, so I'm gonna stay... Light is actually my friend for once. At least I can be a little bit more calm. My heart fucking hurts though. I can't think straight when I'm scared. Good if we had a scene of Grace in a room full of lights and then we see the arm reach. Smash the closest light. Don't give it ideas. Don't give the game ideas. I will say it
This looks important. Maybe.
Grace did piss me off with just knocking everything over. I know nothing's in here. Actually, there was an ink ribbon in here. No lie, that is still scary. Oh, it don't matter. It's always coming down. I was like, can I be more careful? No. Oh, I hate that though still. That is scary. Josh, this is not the time to be doing that. Also, hi Josh, I hope you're well.
Yes. Can't hurt to pick some. Yes.
Hey Josh, you gotta see the horrifying thing again. Look at it. Look at it, Josh. Oh. Oh. Oh, I really hate it. I really hate it. What is that? Oh, don't worry. She's already eaten me once. Is it like scripted? Yeah, it's scripted. You're looking at the wall because I try to turn so fast. I try to turn so fast. Oh my god, please don't grab me. Please don't grab me. Please don't grab me. Oh, that's even worse.
Oh, please no.
Somebody want to tell me why the light went out? Somebody want to tell me why the light went out?
How has everyone been? I've missed all of you like crazy. Tell me everything.
I hope you've been well. I hope everything's been going well. You tell me everything as well. I need to know any life updates. It's been good here though. Requiem came out. I'm having in the best way possible. I'm having the worst time of my fucking life. This game's fucking horrifying, bro. But it's been good. Been really fucking good. Honestly, I don't know any too big of things that have happened. I don't know when the last time I talked to you was. I didn't hesitate. I ran. Just need to get to the safe room. Is she in that room or is she like... Oh my god. fuck time. Yeah, yeah. My fucking god. Oh my fucking god. I was a little too close for comfort, a little too close for comfort. My heart is fucking going crazy, bro. Close that. And close that. Oh my fucking god. I'm saving. I mean, it wouldn't fucking matter because I'm gonna do this. I don't fucking care. I don't want to go through that shit again. I have it more down and I probably didn't need to save. I don't care. I'm fucking saving. I did not hesitate. Alright. God. Just don't be right there. Please don't be right there.
Sorry, it's been 3 years. 3 years of following the best streamer this side of the insanity.
Oh my god. Oh my god. And I fucking close the doors. I fucking close the doors. Grace, now is the time. Everything's scary, okay? Everything's scary. Everything's scary. Everything's scary. Oh, thank God she cuts a cutscene for that.
Come on, come on!
She's so real for that. Fuck you. Don't pop the lights here, please. Oh, oh, hey, whoa. That's not allowed. That's mean. Don't take me back into the darkness. Ow. Grace, go into the fucking light. Okay, that's just mean. She just laid there. I don't know what about to fucking happen. Anyways, it's been 3 fucking years. That's crazy though. Oh, drip fail as Leon's rolling up. Yep, I guess it's Leon time. This place does remind me about last though. Specifically the first game. He didn't destroy his car this time. This is so funny to me though, because we go back to Raccoon City, but right now we're still here. So like, we're so early in the game. Like, there's so much more in this game. Got it. Smash. Smash. Wait, what do you mean, Doc? What do you mean by that comment in between? Grace got you like, my father's in surgery right now. Leon time. Those are the... What's that comment in the middle right there? Hello?
Mr. Kennedy, welcome. Dr. Gideon has been expecting you.
Funny. I don't remember getting an invitation.
Well, he's waiting for you.
Can't have that, can we?
Follow me, please.
Lead the way.
This is weird. The fucking my father is in surgery right now. What
So
the fuck is that come?
For Dr. Gideon.
Not long. I just recently joined the team.
That's suspicious. Awkward if the door was locked. That would have been so funny.
We
Just
care
like
for quite a few long-term patients here. We're undergoing experimental therapies developed by Dr. Gideon.
That was so fucking loud, Josh. I was so sorry. Leon just dropped his absolutely ginormous bag at the door.
He's coming.
Experimental therapies.
Cover your butt.
It's all very cutting edge. The facility keeps a low profile due to the sensitive nature of the research.
Sensitive nature of the research? Yeah.
Dicks!
No, not that one. What Leon said. Oh, are these his patients? Oh. Oh, were these his patients?
Ma'am, you're not gonna question any of this?
Please, wait here.
You fucking money!
Leon, she's gonna lock the door. That's what I'm fucking saying. I mean, you are giving me your money. There's a fucking camera in that, Leon. He's watching you, Leon. Take off your shirt. Take off your shirt. Was there gonna be a picture of Spencer? Nope. Okay, so he looked awful even before all of this. Why does he look like that? He looks ugly. Sorry, I forget this villain's name. I love his watch.
Code 6, all staff initiate emergency protocols.
Mr. Kennedy, we need to leave immediately.
What's going on?
I don't know what's happening. Some kind of mass hysteria. The hospital is on lockdown.
Oh, it's not hysteria. Doctor. So she didn't know. Who gave him a chainsaw? Take off your shirt. Go back, Flip.
I think I want a second opinion.
I fucking hate him. Ow, you. Someone's next to me. How do I sharpen? Okay. Okay. Everybody, something disconnected on my computer. Can I take it? Can I take it? Can I take it? Oh my god, it's spinning! She took it! Hello? Excuse you. Can someone turn off that chainsaw? I think the chainsaw's gone crazy. Punch him.
Nice.
Oh my god, his body. Hey, so girly. Are you dead? What? Oh. Oh, sorry, girly. I got your kneecap. My chainsaw. My chainsaw. Okay. Oh. Oh, sorry, girly pop. Hey, that's my brother's. He's doing good in crutches right now. What the fuck did you say? I don't even know what he said. And Mochi's blocking my iPad. I can't see. Okay, so you were... It was hateful? The kick was full of hate? Yeah. That kick was full of... Yes, it was full of Leon, and I loved every bit of it. But yeah, okay. You put that comment in between two random, like, Resident Evil ones, and I'm like, wait. Roll it back. Okay, alright, knee surgery. Okay. Fucking 8 hours away, and I'm on the screen and quiet. Okay, at least your brother's giving updates, but okay, it was knee surgery. I'm like, wait, what do you mean surgery? That one's a serious comment. Can I put this down, or do I just carry this forever? I would like to carry this forever. This is a pretty handy tool in a zombie apocalypse. Mixed herb. Okay. Okay. But I'm glad to hear that. Sorry. Bringing you down to my level. Which unfortunately is short. Sorry. That was... Oh, no, it's okay. Like, literally no worries. I was just like, oh, oh, funny Grace comment. Oh, shit, surgery. Leon, wait. Why? No. That's what that felt like. Picking my nose. Another update. I am not having secret thoughts of eating my booger. Update. I didn't eat it. Update. I regret not eating it. You could have had nice little tasty snack. Ah, that's why I need to change that. And it's going to break immediately after. Isn't this just like a... Isn't that just a door that you go fing? Like you just slide the bar across? I don't think we needed to do that. But he was hot doing it, so that's okay. Let me pull you guys closer to me. So that if I yell, you for sure will hear me crying in pain. So, did the nurses not know what was happening here, like, fully? Because she didn't seem... She said hysteria. Hunt us, seek us, find us, break us. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, little guy. That sounds very menacing. Hunt us. Hunt us, seek us, find us, break us. We needed to do it because it was cool. You're so right. I don't really eat my boogers. Please don't think that. I don't know. That's what someone who eats booger sounds like. Please, princess. Oh, pretty please, princess. I hate when I do the princess voice because I just pull up this.
That bastard did it again.
Sherry?
How are things on your end?
I just hacked into the center's network.
Good. Can you find me the floor plan?
I'll see what I can do.
Well, in the meantime, I'll try to track him down.
Wait, so he sacrificed his whole team?
Will do.
Oh, hey, I should kind of caution. I can mix one more in there. Or I could wait till I get hit one more time. What's this charm? Increase precision and critical hit rate. Okay. Stereo is originally used to define when a woman just acts up. A woman could be locked into confinement. Like soft padding walls confinement. For even dare thinking and using her brain and saying too many things. What the hell? Oh! That's why she just laid there in defeat, because we were about to witness this. She's screaming and in pain, and Leon's like, you good? Grace, get up.
Hey, over here.
Grace, please get up. She's fucking massive. Okay, fuck it up, Leon. Fuck it up, Leon. I hated that part of the game anyways. Yeah, I got my head chomped off, which is completely fine.
You okay?
No, she's having a panic attack.
Thanks.
Leon Kennedy.
Completely valid.
So.
CSO. I'm Grace. Ashcroft. FBI.
FBI? What are you doing here?
Someone kidnapped me.
Victor Gideon.
I don't know.
Well, we should leave.
You know, at least Grace is in the light. Oh, he's right down the hallway. Hey, can you zoom in those goggles on him?
What does Victor want with you?
What?
Can you just like zoom in the goggles on him, please?
Grace.
Just like.
What do you mean?
He grabbed you for a reason.
Wait, you're DSO. That's the
Don't put me in the dark.
Counter-bioterrorism agency, right?
Take this.
You're giving her the nice gun, and that means I don't have it.
Now go. Get out of here.
Because I'm Leon now. You're giving away your good gun? Don't stand there like that, dude.
She won't get away, you know.
Dr. Gideon.
he's smelling his air. Just excited to be in the same room as Leon.
So nice to finally meet you, Leon.
Why is he massive? Like, he is massive. I'm not joking that, like, yeah, Grace is probably small, but he is massive. He's a tyrant. He looks like a fucking tyrant. Oh, more flashbacks to Resident Evil 2 again. And then 4.
I see you're exhibiting symptoms too. Umbrella's curse.
I won't lie though, he looked really fucked up in his own. Okay, he just keeps on. You know, it's better than Mr. T and the Big Cheese just punching Leon. He just, you know, knocked him out. What says right around? Everyone is fucking deaf. Everyone? Everyone. Oh, thank God I have the gun, actually. Leon's EP night time.
I'll be fine.
At the same time? Yeah.
Okay, Sarah, serious question. What is it about Leon that makes you want to smash? His look, his charm, his masculine energy.
One, he is a very pretty man. Very pretty. Well, 2, he's stupid. And by that, his stupid jokes. 3, I don't know. He's fucking cool as hell, bro. I don't know, he's smash. Because also at the same time, Josh, I will say, Leon, smash. Redfield, smash. Albert Wesker, smash. What other males? Heisenberg, smash. What other males we got? Forgetting names. There's some that I'm like, I don't really care. Carlos? Smash. Consent is not cool. He's done it twice too. That man has done that twice. Mr. T? Tyrant. It's Mr. X. I always want to call him Mr. T because of Tyrant. So I either end up calling him Mr. T or Mr. X, his name. Or Nemesis. Anyways, yeah. I love Leon. Where? Albert Wesker? Oh, looky here. We need to cut that.
This looks like it leads outside.
His name could have just been Mr. T. It would have been really cool, but he's Mr. X. List of patients? Oh, am I not going to look at the list of patients? Okay. We're not going to look at the list of patients. Yeah, but Leon's so fucking hot, bro. Though, I will say Queso is entirely right. Swipe card. I don't have one. That. Mr. Redfield.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Oh, yeah. I forgot. You had said stuff. I think I was really stressed out. Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center. Floor Guide, West Wing. So I think he bought this place and still used it as care center. But also for his experiments. I was referring to was in fact that Leon just moves that big revolver around with ease. He flips it and all. But when Grace takes it, she shows how heavy the gun is. It's so pretty. I like the little details that obviously Grace struggles with some sort of like anxiety, panic. Like, she does not keep her cool. Oh my god, you can even see the gun shaking. Oh yeah, because her hands. Hold on, let's just stare at them. But like, even her breath, you can hear how jagged it is. So massive. Yeah. Truth be told, the gun is massive. Did I hear that hydrate go off? I'm gonna drink coffee. But there's a lot of like small little details that I really like in this game. Pardon my Sonic things falling apart. Okay. Ah, safe. This is safe room. That's suspicious room. Oh, antique coins. Oh, I love it. They have a new look and everything. Okay. Ink ribbon tin can be used again if combined with something. Oh, okay. I like that. I wonder if it'll tell me. What is marked with recent dates? Okay. Or can you like... No. I feel like I should save, but I feel like I should get some progress. There's a limit of how many items you can carry around. So if you don't want to leave anything behind, store the items you need. There's definitely going to be an achievement of not using the storage box. What else is massive? You can try it. Sorry, I locked back into this. Store. Gonna store those. We're gonna store the antique coin. Ink ribbon. What the fuck is that? Like, what is that item? Like, that's an herb. What is that item? So I need 40 of those. Makeshift knife. Scraps. So scraps I can turn into makeshift knife. Massive magnetic resist. Yeah! That's me! You really want to know? I'm so glad people actually think my personality is really fucking cool, because sometimes I'm like, what the fuck would you guys think? Why would you... Me? Cool? Nah. Just a silly little guy who likes to play this game. Oh, really pretty. Medication room. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted past this point. In the case of irregularities, contact the lead researcher immediately. In emergencies... Thought I was gonna say something else and y'all nasty. How dare we think such a thought about Leon's massive Requiem gun. So this is... Oh! Didn't like that. Grace, pull out the little lighter. Oh, you're telling me that's what was in the PR packaging? The fucking lighter that Grace has? I want that. That's so fucking cool. I've never... Hello, you're freshly dead.
Oh, God.
Can I see? Oh. This is what... Child. This is what I thought. Okay, so Grace is Grace that. Who's this child? Who's this child?
What on earth? Who's there? Is someone there?
This is War Flashback to Resident Evil 2. Oh, she's
sorry
weak as hell.
This surprised you. Cataracts. You can't see, can you? Who are you?
Can't see.
Was there someone in the other cell? Why are you in there? Everyone's gone.
Stay away from that!
Are you alright?
Me waking up in the middle of the night when my cats are knocking down stuff.
No, hold on.
And he's dead.
No.
I'd be more scared that he's gonna come back on me. I really want the collection of like Grace's watch and Leon's, like one of them, but like that shit was so expensive. Oh, thank you. We have his credit card. It's definitely a key card, but it's definitely a credit card, and we're gonna go spend all of his money. No one will know. Okay, now I'm intrigued because I thought that was... Okay. So now we have another child, kind of like Sherry. Sorry, I didn't even look at his name. Oh, there definitely was. Oh. Okay, so there's a hole there. Oh, bless you, Mochi. Let me just like move that for you. There you go. That guy doesn't give me out of that. Just can't use that here. I love when they just touch the wall. Just tongue. Okay. Well, bye. His skin Was gouged by something sharp. Ooh. There's blood everywhere. That's not just blood, bro. Okay, so we have a child in there we need to get out now. I feel like I should save. Because I'm kind of stupid. So that's level 3. Do I only have a level 1? Crunch my leg. Sitting like Grace. Salmon. West Wing. His name was Jeff. Gray. I feel like I should save. I think that was an autosave right there, so we'll just continue. I like having to worry again about saves. No smoking. And we're in a quiet zone, okay, everybody? So shut the fuck up. You gotta be quiet. Which way's the west? Are you gonna tell me what you are? Okay, so that's the West Wing. I am quite curious about... Okay, so I think Leon's in the... Yeah, it's quiet time. Leon is for sure locked from the other side. Okay, Leon's in the East Wing, and we're gonna be going to the West Wing. I'm gonna hate... I'm trying to untuck my blanket, sorry. It like crunched up. I'm gonna hate when we go to Leon because he's up there in the dark. How long have I been streaming? Not long enough. To uncrunch my leg. I keep uncrunching my leg and then I fold up one and then on the knee I fold my other leg over so it's like that. And it looks like I'm actually like absolutely like contorted, but for some reason it feels very comfy to sit like that. I'm very curious about that child. I almost thought from the trailers, because the trailers gives you like the little bits of information. It's gone. They took my card. It's gone. Only a little bit of information. So I always thought, oh, was that Grace when she was a child? No, so that's a whole other child. It was an experiment, but Grace definitely has something. Oh, there's zombies. How many bullets do I have? 1. I have 1 bullet, bro. I have 1 bullet in here. 1 bullet in the chamber. I got 2 bottles to my name. It's a unicorn motif. $20 in my pocket. Now I have a flashlight. $20 in my pocket. Fuck you. Fuck you. Got $20 in my pocket. That shit looks fresh. You're joking. Oh my god.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, I do. Also, I majorly do. Mochi just laid down. Okay, so he's cooking. Grace, every time you push things... God. You are hitting everything, but they are... I won't lie. Like... Okay. They're like accurate representations of like... of how I be feeling.
It'd be how I'd be feeling. I was gonna try to shimmy past it.
Gotta hide.
Gotta hide. I just fucking ran. So I might be losing my mind. They're fucking everywhere. This is like genuinely reminds me of the first game. More. More. Mochi's butt is literally on my hand. Okay, so we got a maid cleaning the window. We got a fucking cook. Damn. Okay, I could definitely use that to lockpick. I only have... What's he doing? Is he trying to turn on the light? He's trying to turn on the light. Genuinely, he's trying to turn on the light. The door fucking closed behind me.
Jesus.
So I imploded her. Oh, something disconnected from my computer. Don't know what that is every time. Oh, of course. It's filled with blood? Yeah, I wonder if we should drain it. I don't know what can flush the toilets. Did I do that? Okay, okay. Well, I killed her. I like freaking imploded her. Okay. Is that guy still trying to turn on the light? He's a stickler for rules. My fucking I don't know where he is and I don't know where I am. Okay. Oh my god, okay, we're just running. Okay, we're just going. Okay, okay, okay. Hi, guy! Tell quiet hello.
This place.
Oh, yeah, girly. And me too.
What if I can't get out?
Oh, we will. I need to fix how I'm sitting again. So I'm gonna say lights out. Lights. He said lights. Follow rules. Lights out. He turned. We turned the lights on and it made him go over there. I wonder if I could have lured him further away. Oh my god. I may have crunched up my leg like that, but I can only have it so crunched up. Oh! Safe room music. Because that first one definitely wasn't a safe room, but Leon's definitely up there now. For kind quiet. I don't know if you're fully here. Leon's hot. That's it. I'm gonna save. I have one more stored away and I have 2 that are available to save. But this feels so much more like survival horror. Can I go here? This is where Leon first went. Nope. Slam my face into that door. Okay.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so I did the loop around, so I don't have to go through the kitchen again. No, don't close that door. Okay, he's over there now, though. When he bit me, he scared me. Okay, so we have a normal. Oh my god, oh my god. Who's fucking crying? I don't have a lot of space on my freaking computer right now, on my desk mat, because of my cat. Okay, so we have extra knives. Is he gonna do that? Okay, cool. That's a level 1. I genuinely think I'm gonna struggle with ammo later, so I'm gonna try not to. So I might need to kill him. Ooh. Combine. Okay. Oh, I didn't want to examine.
I know I can get to more.
Somebody on the stairs? Holy shit. Oh, I think this is a bad idea where I'm going. Oh, come on, girly. I don't think she's strong enough to do that.
Damn it.
Ew, why you look like that? That is genuinely so strong. Oh, I hate how he looks. I killed a man. I am like... Oh, +1. Okay, cool. Cool. I have no space on my keyboard. Oh, yeah, good for you, Mochi. She just is like stretched across my entire fucking mouse pad. Yesterday I had that issue, but she was over here. Today she's the other side. Usually where she normally sleeps, but... Oh! A large amount of blood. Yes. Entirely correct. Can I, like, take that? Or does it just update it manually? It just updates it manually. Okay. So that's the second floor. Bar and lounge. Oh, thank God. Okay. That's where we left Leon. There we go. That's where Leon went. I like that we can see where Leon went, because then he went there and then went up. That's what... Oh, that's the door with the indent. I don't even think I looked at that door. That's where the girls are, down there. I'm fighting with Mochi's tail so much. So we need security level 1. Simple lock there. Pantry. Need something. I missed an antique coin. Guess I will be going back down the stairs immediately to get that. Shift. And this is where I'm at. I wonder if the chairman's office will have some stuff for me. I wonder. Let's go get that coin. I'm glad it pointed it out to me because I didn't see it because I was running for my fucking life. I think it was around this corner. Yep. Oh, I have no space. Okay. Leave item, close inventory. Yes. I'm just gonna leave that guy. I'm just gonna keep on going. I really need more space. This is kind of nice though, because I remember playing the OG one. The OG one? What's up on the 3rd floor? I wonder if there's a safe room on this side at all. Does she actually get out of breath? Or is she just like... naturally like this? Door is... wait. Warped? Oh yeah, there's a whole dent in that. Okay. So don't need bullets for that. So I probably could put that revolver away. The Requiem is so fucking strong though. Man, I'm so just... I want to get to Raccoon City. But we have to do this. We have to get through this. We need to learn about whatever the... She's vibing. She's vibing there. Oh, door's locked from the other side. I wonder if she's gonna scream. That's the scariest type of zombie I've ever seen. Don't have space for that, but there's an antique coin there. That's so fucking creepy. Oh, warped. Won't open. I wonder if we can get... okay. I wonder if we can get something. Scale model of the care center? The center care. Why does his office look like that? Okay, so we're getting a little bit more ammo. What's here? Open? Somebody left a note. Read. I have to get the hell out of here, but the whole building is locked down. I'll need to ask the chairman to get his quartz for me. I heard another scream. My colleagues are killing each other. The fuck is going on? Well, he didn't make it. He had time to write that. Like, that was a reason. I really hate her. Chair. Oh. Oh. Okay, so we can... Ooh. Ritual. Even close item. Okay, so there's something there. That's a jewel. There's definitely a zombie in there. Oh yeah, he's... okay, that looks like you're doing something else over there. I didn't know what I was doing, but I clicked it. Okay, a copy of an email to a manager. Subject personnel change from Mitchell Bennett. The new hire showed promise at the dinner meeting last month. Have his clearance bumped up a level and get him set up to work on the project. Then the current researcher for processing. Oh my god, Mochi. While we're at it.
What's this?
That's a zombie that just walked into this room. Oh, bless you, bless you, bless you. You need me to blow your nose? I can blow your nose. I can blow your nose. She doesn't want me to blow her nose. How upsetting. Anyways, that's a zombie. Holy shit! Don't look at me like that. Oh, I missed with that shot. Oh, brother, we're going back. Like, I know I've been saying this is like the OG virus. Oh, he's just like choking her.
You're fired.
What am I hearing elsewhere? I popped him like a fucking gusher. There's blood everywhere. You took her arm off. I got a pencil. I have a pen. That's weird. That's... Okay. I suspect they're well received. I suspect we'll receive a visit from the DSO shortly. I want you to enact code 6 at 23:30. I've achieved my goal and no longer have a need for this place. So he knew he was coming and basically said, yes. Set off these zombies. So these people, I feel like it's the same thing with Umbrella. Like on the top, there were just the actual like normal workers, but then the levels down. Oh. Oh. Why can I turn on the lights? Moon. Sun. Star. Moon. Oh, that's really fun. Moon, sun, star, moon. Do you want me to do more? Oh, it did want me to do more. Moon, sun, star, moon. Moon. Sun. Moon. Ooh. Okay. How much do I have space in my pockets? I don't have a lot, so I'm gonna have to come back for that. She's so creepy, but I don't want to kill her. She's kind of cool, and this one should almost... Yeah, okay, let's go drop off stuff. This is really fun. I don't know why I thought this was a good place to like re-put on chapstick and lipstick. That's a horrible place. Okay, so I have 1 health. I should keep that. I'm actually just gonna keep that with me. I'm gonna store that. Right now we're gonna store that because I didn't even use those. I think that's good. I think that goes to that one door. Oh, why did I put my charm away? Put that back. I just wish I had more space, but there's nothing here. Couple of antique coins I can go get. Who's working late? Why they do this to you? Why are you working late? My lips were so fucking chapped. They do this to you on the day of Requiem? How dare they? I'm so like enthralled by this game. I'm like locked in. I like that there's puzzles again. Like this feels like old Resident Evil. Oh, I should have go put the Okay, that's another lockpick. Hello? Oh my god! I killed you! I killed her! He has to be dead because I exploded his head. Oh my god. Oh, there's a green herb. The bar lounge has one there. Let me grab some of this stuff and then I'll just go deliver it back. Since I have very little pockets. What's my cat doing? Oh my god. Dude, she got the fuck back up. Does that mean other people I've killed? Oh, if their heads aren't exploded, does that mean they're not fucking dead? Oh, let me go here. You think this is one that need one of these? I think possibly needs the moon and or it gets a ruby. You? Oh, moon, sun, star. Ah, why yes.
Perfect fit. Yes, I need 2 more.
Correct. Good job, Grace. I'm gonna put that away. We're gonna put that away because I don't need it right now. I need bigger pockets. Okay. So I need a key. Antique coin there, cold storage, and I ripped off the fucking door for it. Antique coin there. Did I try that? I wonder if the ruby goes to something. There's probably something there, but there's a lot of zombies there. I feel like I should keep that ruby with me. I'm gonna go collect all those antique coins, I think. If that bitch is alive again, I'll lose it. Cause I killed her. I don't know if she's dead. She looked like she got a baby in because it's going through the floor. I think she's dead now. That was fucked up. Okay, so that was just a note there. Somebody got their... I want to see what happens if I shoot her. I'm very scared of shooting her, I won't lie. Like because I can operate certain equipment? Oh. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. Oh! Ooh, okay. Oh, she's coming my direction. We're just gonna back it up. That's really cool. I hate it. Ooh, I don't have a lot of bullets. I want to take her out at least. Hey, whoa! No!
Excuse me, pardon me.
What's that? Okay. I used a lot of bullets for that. I remember when I said I was gonna save bullets? And then I just like used them all because I really want to see what happens when I shot her. Okay, so there's an antique coin over there. That's an herb. It's a fucking code. Oh, it's another gun.
Oh, this is
okay.
mine.
Okay, cool. Let's pause it. So I have 2 guns. Which is more powerful? Or is this a little bit more powerful? Hey, can I have my knife back? Can I have my knife back? Oh. Why did it fall out of his eye like that? Oh, if I would have taken that, that would have been all over. She would have fucking screamed. Okay, so this is obviously... we're missing something there. Star quartz. That's talking about that. That's from... Seems like Victor. Resident Evil 2 vibes. It's giving me a mixture of Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 2. Because, like, It's a lot of the flashback of going around. I guess a little bit of both, because Resident Evil 2 still had... I still had a lot of those puzzles. Some of these puzzles remind me of the first one, where it's like the obscure random things, but I like it. Having to do, this one, where you take the pencil and you have to scratch it on it, is really fun. I miss, like, cool puzzles like this. Except now I also, I need a code now, and I don't think I have code for this. Gonna be on the side. No. Okay. So I need to find the code for that. There's still one more guy over here. And possibly... No, she's dead. Oh, she gave me an antique coin. Probably because she's special. Do they stack? Okay, they stack. I really like it. It's giving me the old time vibes that I'm like, this is like, it's survival horror. It is. I fear for my life. That one's locked from the other side. How does that go around? It's locked from the other side. Oh, no fucking clue how to get there. This one, I need the security level 1 at the least. Because that goes up. That's the other antique coin. I went up, but that door is stuck. I really like it. Okay, are you dead? Okay, he's still dead. I guess I didn't fully kill her. Okay, you're dead. I wonder if there's something more in that first room. I wouldn't doubt it. Because I kind of just ran through there. The dining room. Filing room. There was nothing in these ones. This is like the only place I really can go to. The parlor was stuck, which is the same thing with like this one. Door with indent is such a weird thing. I feel safe up top, so I might go around the other way. Go drop off some stuff and then head back there. There's one more guy up top, but it's just one. Oh! He's right there now, too. Does he know I'm here? Oh, he doesn't know I'm here. Okay, he might know I'm here now. We'll just leave him there. Is she still dead? Okay, she's still dead. I guess because you don't actually really need to kill her. It's just reminding me of like a little bit of the mansion. But I guess... What the hell was that noise? What's that mean? Okay. Guess let's go back downstairs and see what's down there. There's one zombie that followed me, but I know there was like 3 of them in there. It's not very good for me. I still don't know what... God, that's right. Goes away. Put that away. Store that. Open all that. Okay, since I'm in the safe room, I'm gonna leave you in this. So you get some nice little music. Thank you for noise, buddies. No worry, I'm in the safe room anyways. I love you. I'm gonna run to the restroom anyways. So I'll be right back. Here's Nessie. I will be right back, and then we'll continue. I'm finishing up my coffee. I'll be back.
Mochi, oh. Mochi. Mochi, please. Okay, fine, you can have it. I'm defeated. You can have the plastic. She's not eating it, but she's sitting in a plastic bag. Like a heathen. Oh god, I'm sitting like a normal person. Eat. Okay. Feel scared of losing progress. Progress. Oh, I guess I could go around that way. Oh yeah, let's go that way. I don't have to go fully up and around. Gee. Yeah. He's still trying to turn on the light over there. He's fine. I don't know if there's anything in here. This reminds me majorly of the mansion. I wonder if anything pops up on this. I think I kind of want to go back to the filing room. I only have 8 bullets, so... yeah, let's go back around. I don't want to use my bullets. Junior! Oh my god, let me do that. We have a 9, 10, and a 15. Alright, looking at it well. You are doing great. Oh, haunted. Let me see yours. Oh, 6 and a 4. A little low today. But you're still doing good. You're hanging in there. You got us here now to help celebrate. What the fuck does that? That's awful. Oh, I left a zombie up here. You're both doing it. You're doing things. Good news and bad news. What do you want to hear? Give me the bad news first. I wonder what I pick these with. Probably lockpick, but like, I feel like I could. I feel like I could open this too. But I feel like that might be a Leon thing. Anything here? No. It's probably right there. He has a fucking bottle. He's gonna throw it at me. Okay. He can stay there. It's fine. He can stay there. I'm just gonna leave him to sit there. Oh, he's following us. He doesn't know where we went. He probably can tell. He can smell us. Oh. It's useless. Thanks. I loved that. Okay. Bad news. I didn't sleep last night. Okay. And I haven't eaten anything or had any water myself. I should take care of myself while I'm on Twitch. Well, tell me the good news now, but I will say, 1, hopefully you get some sleep tonight. 2, why haven't you eaten? Get some food and get yourself just a cup of water to keep with you at work. Why do you not have a water bottle? Have a water bottle. Get some water right now. I demand you to at least have water. That's important. Oh. There's a zombie in here at all? I think it's him. Oh. Okay, so nothing here. I don't have anything for there. Normal human. Oh, tree. Kill tree. Good news is I'm playing D&D with my friends tonight. Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah, that is good news. Are you excited? Obviously you're excited. Obviously you are. Okay, now I'm like... I wonder if he has a key. I really don't want to go back to the cook. Door without wheel. Simple lock. Pantry door. Door with indent.
Is that right at the beginning? Yeah, I don't think there's a zombie there. Security level 1. Okay. Going on a little bit of adventure. I also have... I have a ruby, and I don't know what the ruby goes to. Use that. I'm doing quite good. I'm now to the point that this game that I'm like, okay, we got puzzles going. I have to figure out where I'm going. I gotta figure out what I'm doing. So I can advance forward. Okay. But I really like this game. It's really scary. A water bottle because I worked from home today. I have a lot of water bottles. Sink water is brown. Oh. Okay. Well, now it's understandable that you haven't had water. Don't drink the sink water. Please go get some water soon. But also true. Hopefully you've had something to drink at the least. In some way, shape, or form. Maybe, possibly. Oh, the ruby. Okay. I haven't been down this way in a while. Okay. So we can put the ruby in there. I really was avoiding that hallway, I won't lie. I've been avoiding going back there. So I can put the ruby in there and that'll get me into there. Oh, it's right there. I probably could use those bottles. They'd probably be really helpful to distract them, but I don't want to right now. And the big guy's still in there too. But that's fine. He's just making... Oh my god, the big guy is not in the kitchen anymore. Grace, run. That was horrifying. The big guy's no longer in the kitchen. I'm sitting so casually. Shop after work, and then I'll have food and drink, and maybe have a nap before D&D. Oh, that's fair. Hopefully you can get a little nap in, because we do love little naps. Scare the shit out of me. That scared me just a little bit. My water. Oh, it's still somewhat cold. I need to make some Chi-Chi stops with it. So I'm gonna pick up those bottles, at least one, and we're gonna test out those bottles. Because I don't want to have to go back around to that, like, little guy. Should be automatically there, yeah, okay. Because I cannot fight him. I for sure cannot. Okay. He's right there. The world is falling apart. I'm so optimistic that this day is gonna rock because I'm playing D&D. Exactly. And that's all you need to look forward to, and that's all that really matters. Okay, so when he walks past, I think I need to go then. Why is he guarding this door now? Spacing on the buttons. Weird. Okay, close that.
People normally get in here.
They use the ruby. Okay, I don't want to grab too many things. Oh, okay. Okay, wait, what are you? Stabilizer. Okay. Increases health. Increases the blood collector's capacity. I think that's how we make ink. Did we win? Well, did I win? Landed on 15. Well, I do actually really need those, um, that pouch. I just need one more because I have a whole bunch of antique coins. So I'm going to put it into this one first because I really need more space. 17 black, let it ride. I didn't even fucking see that.
That's a hard data back.
I can roll again. What you want? What you putting it on? He did die. He gambled his life away. Literally. I want green. I want 0 green. $15 black.
Let it ride.
Sat here with my hands folded, watching a bird just flew past my window. That was... Can it land in anything else? Oh, it can land in other things. Is that 7? 7 red. You're double wrong that time. Okay, 70 black. 17 black.
Let it ride. Let it ride.
$15 black. You know what? You know what I say?
Let it ride. Again.
Let's go gambling. Ah, oh, dang it. Ah, oh, dang it. Oh. 29 black. Okay, you know.
Let it ride. Let it ride.
As I just make a drink. Hold on. Oh, I want acid rain. Let's do peach.
Let it ride.
What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? 29 black. 29. Oh, sorry. Turn on my flashlight. Oopsie. Anyways, with that.
Let it ride.
Leon would be so proud of us. He's upstairs fighting for his life in the dark. But I'm here.
Let it ride.
Gambling. Gambling what? Absolutely nothing. Grace does not put a single chip down. I was a big man. Why'd that ball go all the way up? 29 black. 29 black. Fucking hates us, bro. Anyways, let it ride. We'll get it. What's that percentage? Oh, whatever percentage quit before they make it. Look, 7 red. We got the 7, okay? We just need the 1 and the black. We can't have red or green. I would like green though. That sounds pretty freaking cool. %, gamblers quit before they hit it big. Yeah. 15 black. We were so close. Where even is? See, we're so close. Shut up, Mr. Chef. We're trying to win, okay? You don't have a life anymore, Chef. Yeah, Chef. Should have 15 black? Yeah. It's fucking rigged. 29 black. Okay, I should grab that key item over there, but I don't. Are you dead? Are you dead? Are you dead? You're not dead. You're not fucking dead. Get down, Mr. President. Get down. Is that what they did to you, Jordy? I hope you understand the joke. Key card for you. What's your name? Oh, Matthew. Sorry, you're dead.
Oh, sorry about this.
Oh. Oh, look, he's smiling. Hold on. He's happy, you guys. He's so happy. Happy, happy, happy. Happy, 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 happy. I think I should get that, and then I'm gonna put into the health stabilizer. Is my big guy out there? I don't know if I want chrome. Mochi, you're not supposed to be in a plastic bag. My fabric's still in it. Sit up like a proper human, and by that I'm gonna sit up like a proper human, not sit like a proper human. I am sitting. Who's right there? You're just coming around. Just coming around town. I don't know. You hear anything?
Not enough.
Not enough what? Not enough gambling? You're so right. Let it ride. If that, like, I think it's rigged to certain ones, but if that actually hit 17 black that time, that would have been so fucking funny. Come on, Resident Evil. Capcom, please. Please. Let me let it ride. The numbers, I bet these numbers are codes. What did it go on? 15, 29, and 7. Oh! Actually, there's a code. There's a case upstairs that needs a code. They wouldn't do that. They would so do that. They so would do that. Are you dead? Okay. Can I look at anything else? When I play Resident Evil 3, you should play the rest of Resident Evil. I love them. You hate it too? That's crazy. Anyways, that's good. I love this game so far. Sir. You gone back to the kitchen? No, you haven't. Oh my god, he's very big and he's very bad. I don't know what compelled me to do such a thing. Don't ask why I reloaded. It only gave me 1+1. What's your FPS in this? 60. I don't know why I said it like that. It's running perfectly, like, at 60, like, no drops. I think it's capped at 60. I just want to say. I'm not going to do anything because I will lose my progress. I can fiddle with it later. But yeah, it's solid 60. Like, it's at 60. Take it or leave it. And I left it. I want to go that way. I want to go that way. It's right there. I don't want to have to go that way and go around, but I feel like he's going to chase me. Security level 1. Fucking East Wing. Goes after everybody, even though... Wait, hold on. I'm locking into this. Come backward. Because I did leave one zombie here. Excuse me. You fucking grabbed me by the back, you bitch. What a bitch. Okay, now he left here. Okay. Okay, anyways. What a bitch. You fucking grabbed me from the back. I did shoot him in the head. I did shoot him in the head. I have... I prefer that it's Gran zombie game. I mean, that's fair. Resident Evil is built off puzzles, though, so I'm just like crazy. It's my favorite thing in them is all the puzzles. Store that. Store that. I need that. Put that there. But fair. Let me go. Take all those, and I will take them. Hey, I wonder if he's gonna be there. Let me go unlock this. I just heard my cat jump on something. Oh, it's not. She's breaking the bag entirely. She's licking the bag to death. Okay, so that unlocked all of that. Oh my god, so he's back to just like being like... I want to get that so I can have more space. Oh, did I take... I did take a health with me. When he goes that way. I really want to kill that one zombie over there. But I love 2. 2 is one of my favorite Resident Evils. I don't like it over there. Can I walk the other way? Where's he at? Where's this big guy at? The other guy's freaking out though. I hear him. I did shoot him in the head. Okay, so he goes all the way down to that corner. Okay. Do this. Do that. Yay! Hip pouch. Wonderful. How much is this? 4. So I just need 1 more. I would like to get this though. This is increased health. Okay. Oh my god, I made the biggest mistake of my life. Let it ride! I do not want to get him stuck in that room, so I'm not closing that door. I opened the door on him. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were there, sir. I feel like this saves are minimal. I could keep 2 healths with me. Oh, wait. I can't do that on that menu. Do I have... Oh! All the wrong buttons. Do I have to properly combine them? Ooh, so that would do a big heal. I'd rather do the 2... Fully restores health. It's not good because let it ride. Iconic. We gotta let it ride. So I could put another one there, but I'd rather wait and get like a redder, you know? I'm just gonna do the... Oh, that only mixed for a medium amount of health? I'll just do that. That'll still be fine. That's gonna piss me off a little. Anyway, okay, to the scary zone. Flashlight on. I'm sat at the edge of my seat, literally. That little fucker, where is he? I hear you. He imploded. I still need lockpicks. I'm literally sat on the edge of my seat. How long have I been streaming? Eh? Not even that long. Locked from the other side. Okay. Why can't I go back there? The design of like this place is so freaking cool. Oh, we're in the quiet zone, everybody. Not gonna lie, quite scared of you. Delicious. I miss Leon. I have 8 bullets. Nothing. Every time I open a drawer, there's fucking nothing in there. That sounds lovely.
The right lung has lost all common sense.
What?
The front teeth go deep in the heart, perhaps. The liver is more.
Why's he got metal in it?
Oh god.
He needs his lungs and a heart. Can I take it out of that guy? Oh, oh, this moves differently. Okay.
Cannot deny how fine the gastrointestinal tract is.
How fine the what track was? The ah. Grace, I didn't know there was 2 of them. Did I kill you? He's armed and dangerous! Can I steal your scissors? Are you alive? You're alive still. Okay, work fast. Work fast. What do you got? That's a lot of blood. Are you dead? Ew, your back is not looking good, buddy. Are you dead? Okay. I gotta stop asking the zombies if they're dead. I mean, what injector? Huh? Hemolytic? Special drug that destroys infected blood cells? Prevent corpses from mutating. Oh. I remember being... Oh. Okay. Oh. It wanted me to sneak up on him. Oh, there is something under there. Can I, like... Do you want me to get, like, scissors? I could definitely undo that with my hand. Are you dead? Oh. Are you dead? Oh. Are you dead? So I gotta... Okay, yeah, this is reminding me of Resident Evil 1. I gotta stop trying to kill them. Who's alive? Because I think they're like crimsons. Who said light on? You.
go.
Oh, that's too effective.
I agree, Grace. Oh. Oh. I think that's a little effective. Hello? That bitch fucking exploded. Scraps of metal. Oh, reminds me of Heisenberg. And I miss him. I miss him. He's fucking... What's that? Oh, I see. So there's big puddles. You can increase your crafting capabilities. Reading 101 with Sarah. Capabilities. Analyzing blood specimens with a laser microscope. Okay, so I know where that is.
Might be useful.
And I know where a lot is. Mutated blood analysis? Analyzing it with a laser scope allows you to craft handgun ammo. Oh, okay. Oh, so they give me one here. This is kind of cool. Oh. We're booting up Windows. Oh. Oh, activate all atoms? I'm smart. Oh. Oh, I like that. Oh, I like that a lot. Okay, security level. Oh, okay. So it gives me 60. That's not full yet to do this, right? No, so I need a full 100, but I can use 40 of that then if I wanted to. If I wanted to use 40 of it, I can make a new ink ribbon. Which there is a lot of blood around here, so I might make a couple of extra ink ribbons. Can I make this? Oh, when I also need the blood, a full 60 to make one of those. Okay. Can I take it off their body? I do know a good couple of spots with some blood. No, a hallway with splattered blood. Dude, that's fucking... I don't use the term gnarly a lot, but that's freaking... So that's a full one. So now if I have a full one... Okay, so I want to figure out how to do that. I exploded him. I exploded him all over the walls. For once I actually cast implode. Because I need that, so I need to look at it under... Right? No. Not really. Exactly. With the little dance and everything. Lab, so let me go back in here. That's really cool. I feel like the air just turned off. Please don't get up. Please don't get up. Okay. Organless. Sorry. Organless corpse. Can I use other ones? Why don't I, like... Because I think it would be really cool to have one more of those. And then using this... Oh, am I shoving... Oh. Okay, so it gives me 60 every time. Why did he carry? I'm scared of those guys turning, but I do want to see what happens. So those are my little experiments. How do I turn it into... I'm missing some notes up there.
Laser microscope. Guess we'll be under. I would need a microscopic. Because I can't just use it like this. Tutorials. Yes, Alexander. Creature crafting. Analyzing. How do I get it to that stage? So I need to collect that, but how do I get it then with the blood samples like that? That's what I gotta figure out. It got really warm in my room all of a sudden. Like the air turned off. I think I said that a second ago, but I'm like, wow. Really, feeling it. Okay, but now I can make handgun. Okay, so everything requires the blood. Rather interesting to make. Why is it so red? I just made a noise with my mouth that sounded like how Squidward walks. Oh, yo, why? He has a huge fucking weapon. I need him gone. You didn't see anything, did you? I guess you missed 2 shots. Excuse me. Pardon me, excuse me. I was hearing something back there. I'm gonna go save. I'm gonna go save. Hi, car. Got the light of day. Spooky game indeed. I haven't saved for a minute. I don't think I have, at least. So we're gonna put that away. I got one of those, which is better. We gotta keep that on us. I'm gonna make an extra ink ribbon. Oh, well, I'm just gonna fucking use that. Because I'm still gonna go for a little bit, but like... This is stressful, this game. So, okay, so... Okay, I can go down there and get some stuff there. Oh, it isn't... Oh, that's just where I was. There was a lot of good old juice over there. I'm just gonna go get this one at least. Oh, hey, I didn't even see this. Oh, these are the people I'm looking for. Yeah, he's not normal. Sorry, the Victor guy... Oh, hold on. The Victor guy, where my head just was, he's not normal. Like, you can't tell me that's a normal man. Like, that's... He's weird. Car, there's a lot of shit happening in this. I think I need to close my window. I can feel the heat. Mochi's like in the bag, passed out. That man not normal. You should see how tall he is, because like Leon's tall. Maybe not the tallest man in Resident Evil, but he's still pretty tall. That guy was towering over him. and is incredibly, I couldn't figure out the word incredibly. I was like, increasingly? No, wrong one. Incredibly strong. Anyways, his name's Victor. Victor Gideon. Transforming lives through medicine. Chairman Mitchell. Lead researcher Anthony. Security manager Luke. Dignity of the moon. Trust of the sun. Serenity of the stars. We are partners. Is this some yaoi? I was about to take a drink of my drink junior. That made me giggle. That was so funny. Now they caught me off guard. I think because people go from yapping here and then everybody goes quiet because we're all collectively doing stuff at the same time. And so I don't expect people to respond to certain comments I make, even if I think they're funny. Also, these shorts do not fit me. Is that a file I was missing at the front end? Oh, I guess that makes sense with that now. Okay, let's go pick up some. Look, I love my lurkers. Oh. That's a big hole.
Hey.
I didn't know I would get another cutscene.
Right? You're the lady from before. Yeah. This is, you're, did anyone hurt you? Because I can't see? Oh, no, that's not what I meant.
It's not my fault. The doctors gave us both medicine. It made our eyes go bad.
So,
that's a really big hole.
There was someone in there? There's another bed in this,
My friend. Marie.
I think Marie is the one that was chasing us upstairs.
One day she just disappeared.
Yay. I have a car. Car, are you still stuck on top of your car?
I'm sorry.
Torch in a t-shirt playing both sides of the Taylor
When
Swift
it
love story.
happened, I was happy it
Fuck
wasn't
yeah.
me. Is that bad?
Honestly, no, girly. What she turned into, that's not bad at all.
I'm just gonna keep looking around.
Why is Grace important then? Also, Grace got bit. Why is she not turned? What is different from... Okay, yeah, you know, let's stop looking at it. Anyways, we're gonna take this. Ooh, that gave me a lot. Hey, girl, you... I almost just asked her, girl, did you see that? Did I turn that off? I did turn that off. I almost just asked her if she saw that. She's fucking blind, bro. That one? It is short skirts. Close enough. I have ruffles at the end of these shorts, car, so you know, it looks like a little squirt. Looks like a little squirt. Okay, wait. If we have 100%. How can I make into the thing to then look at? I really want that one. Oh, that's just where I was. Oh, I don't think that's a good idea. Save. It's gonna be stuck in my head now. You've created a monster. Laser microscope. If you look at it under a laser microscope. So I need to go upstairs because then if I go up... Wrong button. Oh, if I go up. Oh, if I go up, it just leads right there. Oh, there's a lot of cube in there. I should never talk like that. See, there's a safe there. I want to know how to find these safe numbers because it doesn't seem to be. Is this east? Ah, exactly where I need to be. Oh, you know, I ain't got no script. Enjoy the earworm? Yes. Earworm has commenced. I will keep Jesse when meow 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 meow. I don't think he can see. I think he just hears. What? Get the fuck out of here, 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 get the fuck out. Hey! Go, 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 go! SEAL Team 6! I did not say that. We crawl into your ear and we live in there. Oh my god, you're living in my ear? Is this a private room? You're not allowed to be in here. Got you, bitch. I don't know, lockpick. I need to not make weird faces. Meow 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 no time. For my secretary, I've misplaced the key for the puzzle box padlock. None of the other executives must find out. I need to locate it discreetly before next week's meeting. If you can't find it, get a bottle of corrosive from the conference room and melt the lock up. He said, hey, I really need you to get in there. Be sure. I love Resident Evil pictures. They look so funny. He's like, my child, my cube, my cube. I need to stop looking at my phone. I just see things and I'm like, oh, jingle? Oh, jingle, jingle? There's literally actively a lady, like, chasing me. Cube. In chairman's office with Mitchell. Car, how are you? I miss you and I love you. And I miss you. Is that the moon? I already got the moon. The moon, bro. Lock tight. That's the one that he lost. Oh. Why does it fucking look like that? Tongue tongue. Artificial organ transplant experiment team. Why she looks like shell-shocked. Did she forget I was here? Oh. Did she forget I was there? I feel like I should be a little bit more sneaky in these games. Oh. For me? Oh, thank you. I'm not gonna lie, something's in my eye. Why did she just leave? Did I find all the items and then she's like, well, fucking, you're already in there. Oh, did this become a safe room? Wait, did this become a safe room? Because there's a thing right there. Oh. Oh, you know, fuck it. Fuck it. We craft. And then we inject. I don't like that I inject this every time and it's right by their dick. I don't like that. Okay, so we can save here. I don't have a box. I wonder if this became like a medium safe room. I wonder if it's all the same code. This is the sun one, so that's where the cube is gonna be. Don't ask why. Don't. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Is that his cube? That's his cube. He was very proud of his cube. Very proud of his own little cube. Okay, so where am I? What is that? Is there actually a body there? Oh, it's just like him. Implode. Painted the walls. I probably could have snuck past her. East wing. There is a body there, and that's exactly what we needed. Oh, compass. Hey, so that door's broken. Oh. What? Oh my god. 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 What the fuck is that?
Oh, what the fuck was that?
Lock your doors. Oh my god, what the fuck was that? I picked up the thing right at the perfect time. That's not very cool of him. I did save recently, so it's okay. Well, I do need to go into the conference hall because I need to get the conference hall stuff to get over here. If I go back downstairs, hold on. What the fuck was that? Where am I? I'm on this wing. I just went upstairs, so I'd have to run back down. Just beeline it. There's like 2 zombies here though. I'd have to beeline it all the way back there. It'd almost be better just to finish this stuff, but we are unfortunately stuck with him up here. I can feel the heat arising. Where is he? Where did he go? What is he? Oh my god. Hi, Turnip. I don't think I like that. Nice, huh? Yeah, they really are. Honestly, it is very nice. So I don't have... I for sure could save. Okay, I got that. I have some health at the least. I'm not gonna be able to pick up that. Guess I should actually like prep my like. Just gonna make a full one. Might as well. Can he go downstairs? Am I? So he's there. Well, I need him there. I don't want to have to go back down there. I mean, I literally have to, but like... So he like bangs every time. You know, I do feel like it would be wise to almost save it here, which gives me the feeling of, why they give me a save here? No bullets. Because Grace... I guess she has some hustle. Okay, so which way are we going? You can't get through small doors. So if I... would ideally just like to go in there, but I might get jumped by some zombies. That's fucking awful. I feel like I should save. I don't want to waste that though. I don't want to save because I just saved. I just saved before coming over here. So I'm not... I just have to walk myself back up here, so that's fine. Grace, I just need you to keep going. Oh my god, he's right behind me! And I mean that's that guy, not the other guy. Okay, so that wasn't the worst. How am I supposed to... I need it back out here. Okay, what do I got in my pockets? Okay, I feel like I should keep that. I can go deliver those and get a health increase. Level 1 for that. I can lockpick something. We're gonna put that away. The bottle actually might be a little bit nice to throw out of that room and then sneak past him, but I don't know if that's gonna work. Because he's still gonna be there. Why did I get a message on Twitch? I say we do that. I want to go get that health. Did I keep that in my pocket? Yes, I did. I think too, if I go this way, there is a door at the end. Where is this big man? Oh, thank God. Okay, so he's over there. Let me wait for him to pass. So he can unfortunately come this way. If I close the door though, he doesn't become too much of a problem. This is the one. Wahoo! Use that.
You're okay.
Ooh, okay, cool. I can see the shots.
You're okay.
Okay, I'm gonna put that in. Oh! I was like, what's on him? Why can I take something from him? I'm taking his blood. Okay, so if I go this way, then I can get up there, and then from there... I can at least unlock that and go that way. I think so. Yeah, that's locked from the other side. Chairman's office is a lot of blood. I killed somebody there. I still don't have that. That's scary. That's very scary. So that section's completely wiped off. That's... rehabilitation ward. Oh, I haven't even tried those doors. You see right outside my door. He's down the hallway. told me to let it ride. Let it ride. Let it ride. He wasn't that close sounding, and then I opened the door more, and he sounded a lot closer. What we get? 29 black. 29 black. Okay, so we're gonna give him a moment. He's exactly where I need to go now. Quite scary. Quite scary indeed. Yum 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 yum. It is horrifying, truth be told. Get right. Can I make? No, I don't have any scraps. But now black. He's behind me. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. This guy's fucking coming from. I don't have any fucking bullets. I don't have any scraps. I don't have enough for that either. Oh god. Okay. Sir, I can get some stuff in here. No, but I need scraps to be able to. I don't think I have any scraps. Thank you for contributing to the totem. I don't know if those points ever will, like, if they ever go there. Like, it's hitting that, so I need to fix it. I don't have any scraps, so I can't do that. Now I have too many blood. What's wrong with this pantry? Stop looking at this game while I eat. Yeah, you know, yeah. Especially since I'm in the kitchen. I mean, that's normal food. I will say, at least the food specifically in this place is somewhat fresh, besides that catastrophe over there. Because they just turned into zombies here. So, you know, it's not like the rotting old food. I can go back out there. There's one guy there. We can go see what's in that. Let's go see what's in that. I think the man's on the other side anyways. That's normal. I don't know what that is, though. I killed that woman immediately. You know, I probably should have used that one bullet left with the Requiem to hit that big guy. Probably would have been... Scrap metal. Rare metal. What is rare metal used for? Ooh, a different type of ammo. I don't know how to make that though. Unfortunately, I don't know how to make that. And the one guy who I wonder if I can push him and then... Okay, I have health. Oh, does he walk that way? Bottle. Okay. Hello, Dubs. How are you? I don't have a bottle with me, but that would be really nice to distract him. Yes. Yeah, no spoilers. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for lurking. It's a very fun game. Do recommend. Have a good time. I'm in the kitchen. Hiding. I do really gotta go to the bathroom too. Does he only walk to like the end? Let's see. Let's just stare at him through this door. Nope, not open the door. Let's stare at him through the door. Oh, he's a bitch. I know. Yeah. Come in here. Come in here. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, we're gonna play Ring Around the Rosie. That's what we're gonna have to do. Desperate times. Ooh. Ooh. Well, that did have fresh meat in it. They knocked down all that. Okay, pay attention to me. Don't get distracted by food. Okay. Run for it. Don't quote me on saying, is that a man, and screeching and running. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, it opened up immediately. Anything there? Nothing? That's just open now. Okay. Am I? A safe room! Oh my god, a safe room. I've never been. Honestly, I'm so freaking happy. Lockpicks. I can put stuff away. Okay. Well, yeah, close inventory. Hold on. Okay. I think we might as well save now, because now we've gotten some progress. I don't want to lose that. Scrap metal I might use. I remember. Okay, we're gonna keep that. Did I use that? I did use the one over there. I'll keep that because I think I'm gonna use that. One there. 3 extra empty tins. Oh! Another one right there. A wrench. Okay. I'm gonna sit here. I will be right back. Actually, no, let me save so I don't sit right there. Oh! I do want to save since I got all the way over here. Keep you on this. I will be right back. Let me get you. Mochi, you look like you're dying in there. Okay, there's Nessie. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go into the restroom and everything. That's yours. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh, come here. Oh, no. No, don't you rush in. Okay, fine, come here. I got your payment.
Got some cheese. I got... Where... Okay, I got some... I got some cheese and crackers, and my dog is chasing after me, because she's like, oh my god, fucking cheese! I give want some! Give me the cheese! I'm desperate for the cheese, bro. Like, girly. This is my cheese. This is my little snack. Ow. This is my little Lunchable. I love cheese! That's her. She freaking heathen for cheese. I'm like, dude, calm down. It's just cheese, which I'll accurate it. It's fucking cheese. What do you mean it's just cheese? What is... There we go. There's a layer of my blanket that was like blopped up. So I have to hexagon shape. I wonder if there was something on the other side. Oh no, that's 3. Make my little Lunchables. Probably didn't need all this cheese, so she probably will get some more. But it's pepper jack cheese. I love pepper jack cheese. Perfect. Good enough. Just kidding. I'm eating all the cheese. The new Parker's video? What did Parker do? Okay. So I just saved. So I have a little bit more leeway now, so if I die, I come back here. Due to aging infrastructure, construction on garage will be carried out during the following dates, October 21st to 28th. Do not enter work area unless authorized. I think I'm authorized. I'm not gonna lie, that brick scared the shit out of me. I thought this was wet concrete. I don't know why I'm looking with my, like, big eyes. What's this? Oh my god, artificial organ transplant. That was not the correct word. You heard a song about cheese? He did. Oh my god. Oh, I should have put that away. Close inventory. Yes. Oopsie. I have a funny feeling.
What the fuck?
What am I supposed to fucking do?
Give me a fucking break.
I wonder if I would. Oh, Grace. Oh, Grace. Oh. Oh, Grace. Oh, you know, Grace, just get off that.
Oh, fuck.
Oh my god. Wow. I wanted to make one of the injectors, but I had to get... And there's more ammo here. It's okay. It's fine. It's okay. They did say don't enter construction areas if you're not authorized. I guess
I was not authorized, but also where the fuck did he come from? The fuck that? I'm gonna go put away the things that I didn't need in my pocket. So that I know I have space. We're gonna put that away. Organs, organs, organs. I think I'm gonna put the organs away. Well. Hold on. Okay. My mom had asked me when I was making these, can you set out the potatoes? I took a bite and I'm like, oh my god, I shouldn't have taken a bite of this whole cracker. I was like, wow, I shouldn't be eating this. It's not a Ritz cracker, but this. Because I hurt my tooth. Well, I hurt the gums around it, so it's just kind of bruised. So it hurts eating, like, it's hard. The little crumbs scratch it. Hurts. And I was like, oh my god, I got this from the pantry. Oh my god, the potatoes. She told me to set them out. So I had to go set them out and she'll never know. Open world survival craft similar to 7 Days to Die? I would play that. You would play the hell out of that. That is your type of game. That is right up your alley. So I'm gonna store that. I'm gonna keep the wrench. Because the organs go over there. So I'm gonna finish this up and then I'll collect it from there. Holy shit, bro. I really should have learned my lesson. Oh yeah, they barely give you any. Hello? Is that Uppies? Why is Grace needed though? That's all the way up though. You seriously have such a beautiful— oh, thank you. Oh, nothing's all the way up. Okay. Thank you. Oh. Thank you, thank you. Oh, scraps! Just what I wanted. Oh, blood. More blood. Buenos. Okay, so we're gonna try to not use bottle. So I can't use that there, but I don't know how to make the things so I can put it in the things. Right. Paper. Oh, bar lounge. Safe code 108030. Okay, so when we get over there, that's the bar lounge. Uppies. 108030. I don't know why I'm reaching my arm like that. Oh, thanks for that. Lockpick. Is it the zombies I'm hearing down below? Dang. Oh, it's the man who doesn't like— okay, subject, Grace, Ashcroft. Period of observation, September 9th to 16th, 2026. Detective MB Rudy, RGT Detective Agency. Summary investigation employed by the FBI at the Midwest Field Office. Lives alone, close to her office. Goes home late, often after midnight. Crazy. Spends her free time at home. No confirmed contact with others. Findings: it's difficult to get close as the target rarely leaves the FBI Midwest Field Office area. If you want to make contact without raising suspicion, it would be best to do do so when she's away from home. A more detailed report and several photographs will be sent at a later date. Crazy. Oh. He attacked the other zombie. Thank you, dude. Hey, I'm gonna make him implode. Implode. I decorated the walls for you. Are you dead? Are you dead? Ooh, transfusion bag. A transfusion full of infected blood can use to refill a blood collector. Any leftover blood will be discarded. Oh. Well, I guess I discarded. I should have aimed. I don't know why I so hastily did that. This should go around. Yes, okay. Correct, correct. Okay, there's an herb there. I don't have space. Okay, so I should have a full... Okay, so I can't just... Oh. Use? Ooh, okay, okay, okay. So I pick it up and then I won't be used until I use it. That sounds really funny, but it makes sense. I hear that fucker. Where is he? Ah, oh, bless. Oh, is he in there? He's for sure in there. Oh, he's gonna taunt me because I hear him. An empty injector. Ooh. Steroids and stabilizers. Okay. He taunts me with him sitting in there. At least I have a lot more ammo now. Okay, what's this one? Assignment, evidence, share, report date, October. Ooh. Okay, October 20th, 2018, 6:42 a.m. A retrieval mission was conducted shortly after 1:30 a.m. at the Renwood Hotel. We were dispatched soon after to dispose of any evidence. All witnesses at the hotel had already been taken care of. Oh, that's extra 10. Okay, so I have some extra items here. Just those two. There's a little guy there. Where did I just come from? I just come from down there. If I go straight out there... Oh, yeah, let me go do that. Oh. Oh. I made quite a mess in here. Oopsie. Oopsie. Let me go get the injector full. Oh, it's a perfect 50. Does it sound like someone's going batshit crazy somewhere? I don't like that. Okay, I want to try to use this. What's this? Oh, that was... I've read that one. Where is it? It's in this corner. How? Nope, that's not how you do that. So I don't know how to make it into the thing. I need a microscope or something. I really want to take another bite of this, but it's going to be so crummy. And I should not take a full bite of it again, so... Oh, pepper market. I think that's all the conference room ones. What a piece of problem. I don't know. I don't know how to make that into anything else. That's the only thing that I don't know how to do. I guess it's not going to be as easy as, like... Where is she? Did she see me? No, I didn't. Okay. She keeps throwing bottles at me, though. Ayo, so that's a big guy. I do love that from here I can click on the tabs. Disposal. Barcode. 10. 10. 80. 30. Oh god. Okay, let's see how we can do this. 10. That's was the wrong button. Then. Okay, this way. Oh, I fucked it up. Hold on. Oh, so I can immediately go. So this way is good. Okay. 10. 80. 30. What the hell are those? Oh, antique coins. Yes, close inventory. So I need him to stay right there. I really want to look down below. Okay, he saw me. Oh, he didn't see me. There was something bigger down there. Oh, excuse me, pardon me. Okay. Let me just go drop stuff down. Because there's so little pocket space. That guy's just dead. I guess that guy who just hears is kind of useful. Oh, I guess... Oh, I'm so sad. I probably should end stream soon because I was like, oh, I could do like a 6-hour stream because it's really warm today. So my room is warming up so fast. But like, I want to play more. And I don't get to play this till Monday. I just sat down and had my snack. I need that. I probably need that. Or that. The knife is good to have. Put the lockpicks away for right now. Because at least I can go pick up the antique coins. I guess I could do the run back and forth. I forgot who was alive over there. Oh, I'm on the kitchen side. Oh yeah, there's just a guy standing right there. Forgot about that. Oh, that blood splattered everywhere? No lie. Kinda scared me. Okay, so how much room do I have? We're gonna take this. I'm gonna get the antique coins, and I think we'd go back to the main hall. This guy doesn't really bug me. I say that as I should kind of pay attention. And not give him the benefit of the doubt. I was just trying to eat. There's something down below too. Actually, I'm gonna do that because there's something right down below, so I'm gonna put my money away and then go check that out. I hate having small pockets. I'm trying to be strategic about how I pick up stuff, but like, there's no strategic. There's none. I just don't have space in my pockets. I feel like it's dangerously close. Okay, so we're gonna put that away. For that, and we're gonna store all 3 of those. So I should be able to get the other stabilizer. That'll be good. That will be quite good. I think I might try to go skate today, but it's so warm. It's fucking 92 degrees out. I think I just read, honestly. It's so warm. I hate how warm it is because I'm like, what the hell? And then some of my friends back east, it's like, yeah, we got snow. I'm like, what do you mean you got snow? It's 90 degrees here. Oh my god. Oh god, it's happening. Oh my god. I think this was worse than the Crimsons. What is wrong with him? Like... Get away from me! Get away from me! Get him his fucking kneecaps. Hi, Kai. It's going quite well. Oh, I fucking knew something was up. Honestly, it's going really good. What the hell happened to me there? Closing that door. Remember how I had bullets? I don't have any anymore. I don't have any bullets. I have 1. Oh my god, I literally don't even have like... I think I just need to avoid it. This is gonna be awful. I left 2 in that one room when I said, you guys are my little experiments. My little experiments. Oh my god, stay away from me. I will say Grace was so slow, and I mean that in a sense of, fucking get the fuck out of there, bitch. I think I just have to straight up avoid them. Because that thing took so many bullets. I feel like I could knife them. Oh man, oh buddy, oh pal, where are the other ones that I left like that? What are you fucking doing here? I got that guy up there and I got this guy down here. Okay, he's still after me? Hey buddy, I need you to not. I just need to get into that room because that has a security point. Oh yeah, okay. You did not go far. I really want to eat my Widow Quacker that I have. Don't turn around. Okay. Is she drunk? Oh, you're fucking shitting me, bro. Okay, at least I locked that Crimson over there. Whatever the fuck he is. What if I take one huge bite out of this cracker? What if I just eat the cheese and pepperoni? I think I can do that. Save my poor gums a break. Cheese and pepperoni. Aw. It's like most of the good stuff. All this blood is mine. Fuck yeah. Hold on, sorry, I'm locking in. Hold on. Wait, good job. I'm so proud of you, Skoma. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. Oh, is there a man in here? Okay. What's in here? Okay, come me the fuck in here. Close that. Close that. Close that. Oh, ammo. Oh, pouch! Pouch! I love pouch! Oh my god, I love pouch! Okay. You're fucking in here now? Okay, I have to just... Oh my god, oh my god. I don't want that, I don't want that, Grace. I don't want that, Grace. Grace, I don't want that. Motherfucking horror game, Grace, run! I just started kicking my little legs as if I was physically running. Just like, get the fuck out of there, get the fuck out of there. Okay, so we made it back here. Now, the unfortunate part is, one, I feel like I should end soon. But I feel like I got nothing done. This is such a long... It's not even like a long game. I'm just like, I miss Leon. I miss Leon. We left him up in the dark room. Though I am so happy that I'm on the ink ribbon one. I'm like, damn, should I have actually played this with the, like, do I have any lockpicks over there? Oh, if he's over there, let's... how do I... Nope, no, not you. Okay, wait, I think I put some... You're coming with me? Okay. That bitch should be over there. So I'm... Like, this big guy can't be going back and forth. It's very rude of him. Who let him roam? Okay, cool. And so we got these stabilizers. Oh, there's all those empty ones that I left up there, too. Well, not empty ones, but I left a few items up there.
Thank God.
Strong ability increase. That's a win in my book. Okay. My sister's bird stopped liking her, and all of a sudden my sister's bird wants to be around me, so I have a blue and gold. That bird said, actually, I like you a lot. You mind if I hang around here? I want to go check on the little girl. Let's go check on her. She's reading. Yeah, that I'm pretty sure that other girl is might be the one who got out and was now dead. Good riddance, unfortunately. Okay, so there's still some good soup over there. Cold storage. Without hand wheel. Oh, yeah, I tried to open that and I failed at that. Okay. So we need to go back over here. Oh, there's a lockpick. I'll go do that immediately. So I left my 2 little experiments there. I think that's gonna backfire on me. A lot. I don't bet. Oh, well. Should really see. Is there gonna be anybody right here? I hate how I close some doors and they... I didn't bring the lockpicks. Hold on. Backtrack. Let it ride. Run it back. I feel like I want to at least do the organs and then maybe save. Let's take one. Is there another lockpick over in that section? Lockpick right there. It's not a safe room up there. Oh, there's a lockpick at the chairman's. I wonder if I could walk up there. Because I can collect some of that blood. Oh, there's an herb up there too. I'm leaving shit everywhere, and for once I really need this stuff. I can go back over there. That's now open there, so I have an easier way to get there. Oh, I did kind of leave a crimson there. You, what the fuck? I legitimately walked across the entire fucking house just to get to my room. Damn. The bird really said, I choose you now. You? I like you. This one right here, I like you. Is this the right way? No, it's the other way. Is there anything over here, though? I didn't really check. Nope. That's where Leon popped out, then saw Grace just... Man, he really locked him and Leon in there. Oh! Oh, yeah, wait. We left Leon in there, but he got knocked out. Oopsie. Okay, so what do I want to do? I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna do this. This is gonna be scary, and then I would like to get over there. This is gonna be scary. This is the part that I think I might actually need to stealth. Unless he says shite. Oh, he probably says shut up. Ooh, rare metals. Let me go put that away. We're just gonna play our pockets safe. There was one up by Chairman. I should probably check that out. I could start like backtracking and getting stuff, but I think I'm gonna stay focused right now. Get a little bit of progress done, and then I can come back and get some stuff. I want to start at the bottom. Yes, I do. So I really should have shot them with a stable. Is there anybody else that I killed? Oh. It's a lot. Do I have the organs? I do. I just don't go over there and look at them. Oh! Oh my god, a puzzle. Wait a moment, what the fuck am I doing? Okay, so there's that. No, 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 no. Back. Is it only gonna take me to that now? I didn't press F, but okay. Do I have... Didn't somewhere talk about the organs? I feel like they did. That's the corrosive. Fish, less and man. I might not. God damn it. Not heavy with ready to go samples. So I need to figure out how to like I forgot I could just spin the object. Okay, so I need to figure out how to open that then. Do I have any stuff to make that? No, I don't. I don't want the... Oh
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so fucked, bro. Shoot. Just a little bad. That's looking a little bad in there. That's looking like a little bad in there. That's looking a little bad in there. That's looking a little bad in there. Okay, so let's look at this. So I fucked it in there. There's 2 crimsons. That guy's in that hallway now. Scared the shit out of me because I closed the door. I still have a lot of health items and there's a couple that I haven't picked up, so I'm not too worried about that. Not right now. I could go this way, but if I go this way, is he still in this hallway? He sounded like he busted down that door. I'm not gonna lie. It sounded like he completely obliterated that, but I really would like to go over there. Have I tried that door? I haven't. Something's gonna need to unlock that. I'm not gonna worry about that. Is there any other level like 1 entrances over here? That's that. Dining room's there. Fuck, the cook was over there now. This just has 1 more thing in it. I forget what we left. It was like a part. Can't do anything there. I could go unlock that. I think that's just gonna be heavy metals. That's fine. There's this, which I don't know how to make because I don't know how to get the stuff to do that. So I don't know what to do with that because, like, can I turn you into something? Collect blood of withdraws. Can be altered to craft other items. Yeah, I have enough, but I don't know how to make it into the other thing because I can only use that so far for like these. I really should have done that to some of those crimsons, but nonetheless, it's fine. Straight scrap I can use for that. I can get a lot more blood. Okay, so it's getting really warm, so I honestly might end just for the sanity of the heat. Dude, it's fucking hot as hell today. 92. Holy shit. This is stressful. Room? Oh, I never went into the back half of it because I was scared for my life. Anyways, I don't know if I can get over there though. That's the thing for that. What else is over here? That's just that. There's this empty injector. Some other blood, but if I go over there, there's a dead lady right there. And there's a dead lady right there. And I think there's a dead man there too. So that's 3 crimsons right there, so I'm fucked. I left a crimson in there. But I can play Ring Around the Rosie with him in there to go get that stuff. I would like to use the laser microscope. But I don't know how to do that. How many bullets do I have? Do I have anything? Can I make some? No, because I used it all on that other guy. Do I have a knife? I do have a knife. Okay. When did I save? I really should pay attention when the auto saves happen because I don't remember when that went off. Jesus Christ. Someone scared me. I'm a little stressed out. Well, this, I think I only have the 1 door because it's that and that. There is health up there. Because I need to get over there, but I don't know how to do the organs. I could get that and do that.
What is... I don't know. Can't be angry at me for doing it. It was perfect timing. I don't know. Because I don't think I've gotten any notes about the organ transplant. So I don't know what these little buttons are. And I wish I could read that, but I can't. And I was trying to look at that image, and then I walked into the next room, and then I activated all the crimsons. So let's... Hey, I hear that big guy. I was like... This room just seems evil now. Is he in there? Most likely. Or that because of the whole thing of Twitch unfollowing people. Fair. 3 is still crazy. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I feel like now's the perfect time to bring out those bottles again. I know those bottles are probably just for... Oh, yeah, that's definitely her. Because that's right above where she was. 3 empty bottles. Oh. Hey, whoa. Hey, whoa. Ah, I took out too many things. I can feel the air again. This is any old handy dandy wrench. Stinks of oil. I mean, fair. Where can I use the wrench? I had a sticky fluids and ew. The dull road. That's fair. In general, making like fluid, and especially in animation, like making fluid like look fluid too. That's gonna sound awful, B. I can't wait to hear it.
Sarah's 18, Scardycat, 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 Sarah's 18, Scardycat. Sarah's 18, Scardycat, 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 Sarah's 18, Scardic.
Motion capture my face. Fair, fair, fair. Hi. Oh, you're shitting me. He isn't in... He's in the entire fucking hallway. Ignore what you just saw over there, B. There's nobody at the end of that hallway. Oh, wonderful. I... just left a few guys in here. Their tummies are just a little hungry. Okay, so I need that. But I need the organs to put in there. It's green and red. Hold on, where's the door? Okay. This one. Not to say I love you. I'm getting Taco Bell with Ash. Tell Ash hello. I will. Let me see it. I don't even think Nikki's been on Instagram. What's happening over here? Oh, I was charging my phone this whole time. That's a good thing. He says below back. Below. I need to go buy more cards. I want to play more One Piece game. Yeah, Nikki hasn't even looked at the council message. Nash said, yeah, but I'm gonna look at her location. I'm gonna stalk her. Right? She says you do. Yeah. Yeah, I do. I just need to go. I can't believe I can't make a whole deck. I did only buy like 3 packs, so it makes sense. But I'm gonna buy a starter one, and then I'm gonna buy some more cards. Yeah, that's what Nash said. Nash said, I'm gonna look at where she is. I was like, okay. That's me. Did I kill anybody in here? Oh, fuck, I killed somebody upstairs. Oh my god, he's talking about quiet. Apa dia Taco Bell? Oh! Okay, we'll be updating the follow shapes in the facility. East Wing, okay. East Wing 1. Blurred and illegible. The remaining safes will be replaced at a later date. He's just got a really bad tummy ache, okay? Don't worry about him. And she's just gotta clean up that. Ooh. I really want to smash that, but that's gonna make him extra mad. Putting up Dead Space, and this is one of those games I know absolutely fuck all, except you like this game. Top 3 worst apocalypse all-time fiction. I do love Dead Space. Dead Space is really fun. My friend Leader loves that shit so much. He's a big fiend of that game. So he approves very much. But I do really like that game. It is, especially the remake, really good. The original, also still really good. The remake just makes it like really pretty. Truth be told, this is fucking horrific. This game? Fucking horrific. Holy shit. Okay, so that looks like... Oh, it's just a closet. Fuck it, we're going in the closet, everybody. I think he killed other people in here. What was that noise in the game? I'm sailing the 7 seas because I'm poor and I got the game from... Oh, a rip. I do... Oh my god. Ow! Holy shit, bro. Yes, close inventory. I don't like that thing when I have... Excuse me. Excuse me, pardon me. Sorry, ma'am, I made a mess. Oh my god, I got blood. Dude, he fucking decked me in the fucking face. Sorry, I thought somebody was right there. Anyways. That's fine. There was a lot that happened right there. Okay, mutated blood analyzing. Okay. That's the one I want to use. We're gonna store that. Keep that. I will need that in a second. Oh, I went too far back. Okay, I put that away really quick. I have 1 bullet in this. I don't know what to use that for. I feel like I should use that on either the big chef or big guy. And or just not use it at all right now. Well, 2023, I want to always change how they distribute files. I mean, that's fair. Oh, I hit the microphone. I'm so sorry. That's fair. I would never trust stuff like that. That's just me personally. I know. I need health now. Shit. That shit fucking hurt. I mean, at least I waited until, like... I feel like I should save now and just... do other... I really want to get over there, though. So I left an ink ribbon in there, which is fine. So I do have one other ink ribbon. There's another empty ink well there. I would like to get over there, but I feel like that's a whole journey to get over there. I think I might just end for today. So that we can all play some more on Monday. This was like as long as I wanted to go, 6 hours. So I think we did pretty good. It's the fact that I'm still here. It's crazy. Okay, so we save and we finish it up today. This is gonna be a game that's gonna be really fun to try to get challenges done. Okay. Yeah, see all the challenges. Deja vu, out of sight, out of mind. The old-fashioned way, like mother, like daughter. Fatal dose, science. The power of blood. Blood. More blood. The hunt begins. Untouchable. Can I borrow this? Bang for your buck. That's the one I accidentally got, but I like it. Internal dispute. What is internal dispute? Oh, rookie agent. Rising agent. Ooh. Ooh, I can't wait. I like this. On casual difficulty, standard modern difficulty, standard classic difficulty. Out of sight, out of mind. Old fashioned, use ink ribbon. Like mother, like daughter. Oh, unlock. Yeah, like mother, like daughter. That's cute. Science. Oh, that's for crafting. I've already gone through 300. Parry an enemy attack. I think it's space to parry. I need to learn how to do that because I think that's going to come in handy. Defeat 3 zombies with a hatchet. Oh. Oh, I can't do that now. I don't have Leon. Retail therapy. Purchase an item. Purchase an... Okay, I'm gonna close it. I don't know what that means. Anyways, I did just save, so I'm gonna close this. If not, too bad, too sad. And my bonuses. Concept art. Oh, she's so pretty. I like her concept. I love Leon. She looks so pretty. I don't like him. Ooh, I love this. That's all concept art. Challenges. I like how she's grayed out. Grace teenager. I like that she's stuck with the same hair, but you can tell that it's just grown out. But it's still like the same haircut. His, Norman, the cop's transformation was fucking crazy. That shit I really love. Special content? Oh, these are the different... An extra leveling of tuning? Did I just pick up something from over there? Oh, that was the one bullet. I was like, I picked up a weird item from one of them. Nope. Not gonna lie. That closed really fast. Anyways, for whoever is still here, I'm gonna go drop you off to somebody, I think. Oh shit, I closed Spotify because I didn't want anything to mess with my game. Let's get some music. Spotify. This game's so fucking good. I'm so sad because now I have to go a whole weekend without playing it. So that's quite devastating in my brain. Just have some sort of background. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Let me do this. Let's see who's live. I want to see if any of my friends are also live with this game. Stream full screen. Yes, except my hair's a little fucked. My hair is a little fucked. Hit pause on the stream. Real as hell. Real as hell. Let me see if any of my friends are playing. Fuck. I want to drop you guys off to Moss. I just also have to like dip immediately because I don't want to be spoiled. Oh, should we drop off at Moss? Got a few friends playing this too. Fair. If I take to somebody playing this, I would definitely take. Oh, Legendary is also playing Requiem. I think Moss is a little bit ahead of me because I see like the little screen cap of it and it's on a password part. I was like, I haven't gotten there. I think we go to Moss. But she's been going 6 hours. Me too, girly. Me too, girly. My. Okay, I'm gonna pause that. We're gonna go over to Moss. I'm picking little emotes. We'll be back on Monday with more Resident Evil. 7. So whoever is gonna go along, even if it's just me, I'm dropping you off to somebody who has been playing for also 6 hours. But they're playing, so if you don't want to be spoiled, that is fair. I'm gonna have to raid and run because I don't want to be spoiled. Nice, everybody started at the same time. That's crazy, because like this game's been out, so it's not like it just came out at the time that we all started, but that's kind of crazy. Okay. I'm gonna go. Because it's fucking warm. It's still 90 degrees out. I love you all. Bye-bye from here. I cannot wait to play more. I'm actually really sad that I'm ending because I'm like, I'm not even like tired. I'm still going, but I really should end. It's fucking 90 degrees out, dude. I love you all. We'll be playing this Monday. I'm so fucking excited. I feel like I want to play more. I want to play more. I want to play more, but I know I need to cool down my room. I'm going to start this raid. Drop me off at Moss. We love Moss. Man of Moss. Moss man. Love him. Love this guy. Also a big Resident Evil fiend. Anyways, I love you all. I will see you all on Monday. Have a good weekend. Bye-bye.